Chapter 2592 2592 Targeting the Builder Tree. 2592 Targeting the Builder Tree. Among the 10,000 cultivators of divine Firmament Palace, be it perfected immortals or heaven immortals, as long as they were seeing the Builder Tree for the first time, their minds would suffer a powerful blow. Their Tao hearts would be shocked, and they could not help but kneel down. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 10,000 cultivators of divine Firmament Palace knelt. Among them, immortal King Qingyang, the Grand Elder of the Academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Zither, Immortal Meng Yao, and the others stood on the spot with calm expressions. They had seen the Builder Tree before. Although they could still sense the impact of the Builder Tree, they would not kneel. The feeling was more like a deterrence and awe for many living beings from the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree seemed to possess sentience. As long as it was the first time a living being was seeing it, they would have to express sufficient respect. Among the four great fairies, Chess Immortal Junyu, Book Immortal Yunju, and Zither Immortal Meng Yao had seen the Builder Tree before and were naturally not affected much. As for Mo Qing, she cultivated in the academy all year round. This was also the first time she had seen the Builder Tree. She was shocked and could not help but kneel down. Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao, and the others looked at the surrounding cultivators, kneeling with faint smiles. Those cultivators were not kneeling to them. However, they still felt a strange sense of superiority. Right then, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao, and the others noticed someone at almost the same time. Someone who should have knelt on the ground stood upright on the spot and glared at the Builder Tree fixedly in deep thought. Su Zimo. Why did he not kneel down? Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. The divine firmament immortal domain was far away from the Builder Tree mountain range. There was no way Su Zimo could come into contact with the Builder Tree before he became an Earth Immortal. After he cultivated to the Earth Immortal realm, he joined Heaven and Earth Academy and had been cultivating in the Academy. When did he come into contact with the Builder Tree? The fact that Su Zimo did not kneel down made Sword Immortal Yu Hua a little displeased. However, he did not think too much about it and merely instinctively thought that Su Zimo had seen the Builder Tree before. After all, even Immortal King experts would have to kneel and pay their respects when they first saw the Builder Tree, let alone Su Zimo, who was only a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not know that in reality, this was indeed Su Zimo's first time seeing the Builder Tree. The moment he saw the Builder Tree, the shock in his heart indeed made him feel like prostrating. However, immediately after, a strong reaction was triggered in his Green Lotus true body. If he had not suppressed it tightly, the bloodline phenomenon of the Green Lotus true body would have burst forth against the might of the Builder Tree. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The creation Green Lotus that was known to be the only one in the world was indeed terrifying. Even against the ancient Builder Tree, he was unwilling to submit and even had the intention of challenging and suppressing the other party. Of course, given the current cultivation realm of the Green Lotus true body, there was no way he could fight against the Builder Tree. However, it was impossible for the Builder Tree to make the Green Lotus true body submit as well. However, the strange thing was that the Builder Tree did not react to the Green Lotus true body's resistance. According to the rumors, the Builder Tree had a spirit and should have some special reaction when it sensed the provocation of the Green Lotus true body. Zimo, when did you come to see the Builder Tree? Right then, Yunju's voice sounded from behind. Ah. Su Zimo was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and lied casually. I once entered this place by mistake and took a look from afar. Everyone says that the Builder Tree has a spirit. Is that true? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked. Yunju was a learned person and knew everything about history. Her understanding of the Builder Tree was definitely far superior to others. She would definitely be able to provide an answer regarding this matter. Yunju nodded and said, "Of course it's true. The builder tree is indestructible, and even emperors can't break it. The builder tree is awake most of the time, although the heaven and earth essence chi around it is extremely rich. No living being can approach it, let alone cultivate in the vicinity." That was also one of Su Zimo's questions. Since the builder tree was the core of the heavenly world and was the key to absorbing heaven and earth essence chi, wouldn't it be much easier to cultivate in the vicinity of the builder tree? One's cultivation speed could increase by 100, 1,000 times, or even more. Yun Zhu continued, "However, the builder tree will sleep for a period of time every 100,000 years, ranging from a month to a few years. When the builder tree is asleep, living beings won't be attacked by it when they approach." Su Zimo was enlightened. In that case, the reason why the 9 firmament meet is held here every 100,000 years is because of this as well. Exactly. Yunju nodded. For example, the perfected immortals on the perfected immortal ranking and arhats on the arhat ranking have the chance to cultivate beneath the builder tree. Even if they only get to cultivate for a month, it's equivalent to 10,000 years of effort. In that case, it could explain why the builder tree did not react to the provocation of the green lotus true body earlier on. It was because the builder tree was in a deep sleep right now. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the builder tree not far away in silence. A glint gradually flashed through his eyes. Although he could not brazenly head down to the builder tree to cultivate in front of everyone. However, with the green lotus true body, he could also slowly absorb and refine the life force energy in the body of the builder tree true body if he stood on the peak of the builder tree. He could steal the life force of the builder tree. That thought was truly audacious. Even Su Zimo was shocked when he realized what he was thinking about. However, he calmed down before long. This was a rare opportunity. He had just broken through to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, and it would take him at least 1,000 years to cultivate to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Now that the 9 firmament meet was held and everyone's attention was focused on the fight for the perfected immortal ranking and the arhat ranking, he could secretly absorb and refine the builder tree. Even a trickle of life force from the builder tree would be enough for him to cultivate to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. If he seized this opportunity, he might be able to touch the barrier of the perfected one realm. What are you thinking about? Why is your heart beating so quickly? Yun Zhu glanced sideways at Su Zimo with a strange expression. And nothing. Su Zimo chuckled embarrassedly and changed the topic. There should be some candidates who are more or less confirmed to be the top 10 of the perfected immortal ranking and arhat ranking at the 9 firmament meet this time round, right? Yun Zhu could tell that Su Zimo was hiding something, but did not ask further. She merely rolled her eyes at him. There are only 10 spots on the perfected immortal ranking and arhat ranking, respectively. Take the perfected immortal ranking, for example. Typically, a supreme monster incarnate will appear in each of the 9 immortal domains and occupy a spot. Just like that, 9 of the 10 spots are gone. There will be 1 remaining spot to fight for. However, the perfected immortal ranking this time round is a little special. At that point, Yun Zhu paused for a moment and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile. Most of the perfected immortals of the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain have been killed by a certain somebody, so they should not be able to fight for the perfected immortal ranking. Chapter 2593 2593 Hostel 2593 Hostel. The certain somebody Yun Zhu was referring to was naturally the martial Tao prime body. Su Zimo coughed gently and did not reply. Right then, a woman in the crowd walked over. Before she arrived, she called out softly, "Su Zimo." The woman did not have any makeup on and was extremely beautiful. Her long hair was tied into a bun, and she wore a wide Taoist robe, but it could not conceal her graceful figure. A gigantic square chessboard hung on the woman's back. Although it looked a little strange, It formed a unique aura with the woman. Chess, immortal Junyu. People like the four great fairies were the center of attention no matter where they went. Now that painting immortal Mo Qing, book immortal Yunju, chess immortal Junyu, and Su Zimo were gathered together, they attracted countless gazes. When Yunju saw Junyu walking over, she smiled and greeted her. Mo Qing nodded slightly to Junyu as well. Although the three of them did not have much of a relationship previously, they fought side by side at the divine firmament immortal meet. That experience reduced the distance between the three of them and increased their trust. "How are your preparations, fellow Taoist?" Yunju said, "From what I know, the perfected immortal ranking competition this time round will be extremely intense. Apart from you, Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, and Zhuo Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain are not easy to deal with. Initially, Song Xian of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was not to be underestimated as well. However, he was killed by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain." Junyu replied indifferently, "If it was 1,000 years ago, I'm confident that I would be ranked top 3 on the perfected immortal ranking. But now, I'm going to fight for the title of the Supreme Perfected Immortal with all my might." "Amazing!" Yunju praised sincerely. Her confidence and boldness were far superior to others. The reason why Junyu dared to say that was because 1,000 years ago immortal Queen Linglong imparted to her the 9 Linglong Zugzwangs, and she had benefited immensely. Furthermore, during the divine firmament immortal meet, Su Zimo resolved the 8th Linglong Zugzwang. She witnessed the entire process personally and gained some insights, causing her combat strength to increase once more. "Fellow Taoist Junyu, were you calling for me earlier on?" Su Zimo asked. Junyu nodded and removed the astral chessboard from her back. "Come, the 9 firmament meet has yet to begin. Let's play a few rounds." Su Zimo was a little helpless. It was no wonder why Junyu was the chess immortal. Before the 9 firmament meet, most perfected immortals were conserving their energy. However, this person even wanted to play chess against him. The 9 firmament meet had yet to begin, and there were many people in the vicinity. It was not appropriate for Su Zimo to absorb and refine the builder tree secretly. Since he had nothing on right now, he agreed to it. He played chess with Junyu while paying attention to the movements of the other immortal domains and the pure land of bliss. Apart from the divine firmament immortal domain, cultivators of the verdant firmament and elixir firmament immortal domains had already arrived. There were also more than 10,000 cultivators from the 2 immortal domains. As Yang Ruoxu had said, the Jade Firmament and Elixir Firmament immortal domains also had supreme immortal kings leading their groups, and there were more than 10 ordinary immortal kings. Among the 2 immortal domains, 2 women were rather eye-catching. Both of them were at the perfected one realm and were peerless beauties, comparable to the 4 great fairies. Yunju said, "Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain and Fairy Linghuang of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain are both popular candidates for the perfected immortal ranking." Junyu said as she played chess with Su Zimo, "Jialan's methods are not weak. I've fought her before, and it's not a problem for her to be ranked on the perfected immortal ranking. However, it's hard to say for Linghuang." Pausing for a moment, Junyu looked at Yunju. "If you're willing to fight for the perfected immortal ranking with all your might, you'll definitely be above Linghuang." "We'll see." Yunju smiled gently. She was not interested in being on the perfected immortal ranking. Immediately after, the Green Firmament Immortal Domain arrived. Su Zimo looked up and searched the crowd of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Junyu stopped playing and looked over as well. Before long, Su Zimo caught sight of Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Not far away from the 2 of them stood a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. The moment Su Zimo caught sight of the beautiful middle-aged woman, the latter seemed to have sensed something and looked over as well. Their gazes met in midair. Instantly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. This must be Fairy Linglong of Tianhuang Mainland, who is also Immortal Queen Linglong of the Green Firmament, Immortal Domain, and Battle Kingdom, right now. He had never seen the true appearance of Immortal Queen Linglong before. Back when he ascended, he hid in the Hell Suppression Tripod and did not have the chance to witness it either. However, the moment he saw the dignified beauty, Su Zimo was certain that this was Immortal Queen Linglong. At the same time, Immortal Queen Linglong recognized Su Zimo. Initially, Immortal Queen Linglong exuded a pressure unique to immortal kings. However, her gaze suddenly softened when she saw Su Zimo. Just as Su Zimo was about to get up, the voice of Immortal Queen Linglong sounded in his mind. There's no need for us to acknowledge one another now. Don't be in a hurry to return to the sect after the 9 firmament meet is over. At that time, I'll come and look for you. Linglong Immortal King seemed to be wary and did not acknowledge Su Zimo or interact much. She retracted her gaze after sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. On the other hand, Lin Luo was delighted when she saw Su Zimo. She raised her arm and beckoned over passionately. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. When Lin Lei saw that, he looked a little displeased. He pulled Lin Luo and walked a few steps faster, squeezing into the crowd and disappearing. Thereafter, the Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain and Purple Firmament Immortal Domain arrived. Yun Zhu casually mentioned the popular candidates of these 2 immortal domains for the perfected immortal ranking. In the Purple Firmament Immortal Domain, Su Zimo even caught sight of someone familiar, Prince Tian. At that moment, Su Zimo and the 3 great fairies were gathered together and were extremely striking on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain. Tian noticed Su Zimo quickly, and his gaze turned cold. He raised his head slightly towards Su Zimo with a provocative gaze. Su Zimo was unmoved and continued playing chess, as though he had not seen anything. After that was the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Yun Zhu said, among the perfected immortals of the White Firmament Immortal Domain, Zhuo Wuchen should be the strongest. His sword Dao is even above sword immortal Yu Hua. Apart from him, Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain's Yun Country is also one of the popular candidates this time round. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Yun Country of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. He did not know if there was any connection between the Yun Country and King Yunyu. Similarly, there was someone he was familiar with in the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Princess Lang Qianqian, a grade 9 heaven immortal. Although she was not as provocative as Prince Tian, she exuded a fighting spirit as well when she caught sight of Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no doubt that Lang Qianqian would definitely challenge him if she had the chance. Back in the Pure Jade Manual, the combat strength of Prince Tian and Princess Lang Qianqian were restricted. They were indignant that they were suppressed by Su Zimo. In fact, the 2 of them were too embarrassed to mention such disgraces to outsiders. Now that they saw Su Zimo at the 9 firmament meet, the 2 of them would naturally want to get payback. As time passed by, 7 of the 9 immortal domains arrived. A moment later, the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain cultivators arrived. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. There was a strong hostility from the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain that even triggered his spirit perception. Chapter 2594. 2594, Terrifying Monk. 2594, Terrifying Monk. Su Zimo looked up expressionlessly. In the crowd of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, a black-robed man stood at the front of the many perfected immortals behind the Immortal King experts. He was tall and mighty, emitting a violent and savage aura. The black-robed man glared at Su Zimo with a burning gaze. Suddenly he grinned and did not conceal the hostility in his eyes. This person looked unfamiliar and was at the Perfected One realm. Su Zimo had never seen this person before in his memories. Logically speaking, he should not have any grudges with the perfected immortals of the other immortal domains. "Who is that?" Su Zimo asked. Yun Zhu seemed to have sensed the black-robed man's hostility towards Su Zimo as well. "That's Qin Su. His strength is unfathomable, and he's a popular candidate for the supreme, perfected immortal this time round. Do you remember I mentioned something to you about the Grand Pure Jade Manual in the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual?" Su Zimo nodded. "You said that the Grand Pure Jade Manual once landed in the hands of a heaven immortal in the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain." At that point, Su Zimo seemed to have understood something as he murmured, "Could it be?" Yun Zhu said, "The Grand Pure Jade Manual fell into Qin Su's hands. However, that was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he was only a heaven immortal." Jun Yu said, "The reason why Qin Su was able to cultivate with such a terrifying speed to become a paradise, void, perfected immortal in tens of thousands of years was because of the Grand Pure Jade Manual. Of course, he's a prince to begin with and has a noble status with sufficient cultivation resources. Qin Su was even a prince." Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was no wonder why this person was so domineering. Even though he knew that Su Zimo was from Heaven and Earth Academy, he did not conceal the hostility in his heart. Su Zimo had no doubt that if he was just an itinerant cultivator, this Prince Qin Su would even dare to snatch his pure jade manual in broad daylight in front of everyone. In the upper world, without the backing of a powerful faction, it was extremely difficult for one to survive, let alone cultivate. A long time after the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain arrived, the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain arrived. Unlike the other 8 immortal domains, although the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain also had Supreme Immortal Kings and Ordinary Immortal Kings, leading the group this time round, there were clearly much less perfected immortals. The entire group added up to less than 10,000 people. Furthermore, it was clear that there was a lack of top-tier perfected immortal experts in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Most of them were at the Convergence or Celestial Being realm. It's really way too tragic for the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain this time round. There's definitely no hope of them contending for the perfected immortal ranking. Notwithstanding the perfected immortal ranking, it's already extremely fortunate if any perfected immortal of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain can be ranked in the top 100 this time round. After all, in that battle back then, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was way too domineering and violent. He killed thousands of perfected immortals and the masters of the 5 immortal cities single-handedly, dealing a severe impact to the perfected immortal circle of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. From the looks of it, they might not be able to recover without 100,000 years at the very least. Song Xian and the others brought it upon themselves by kidnapping a Dao child of Desolate Marshal, who knew that Desolate Marshal would be so domineering that he would disregard everything and barge into the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain alone to start a massacre in Langfeng City. The moment the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain descended, the crowd discussed. The immortal kings of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain had ugly expressions. They surveyed their surroundings and harumphed coldly, emitting a powerful might to stifle the discussions around them. After all the 9 immortal domains of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain arrived, tens of thousands of monks from the 4 continents of the Pure Land of Bliss arrived at the same time. Did the Pure Land of Bliss produce any incredible monks this time round? Su Zimo asked. Yun Zhu said, "The most noteworthy person from the Pure Land of Bliss is an Arhot named Shi Wunyan. Most of the other Arhot experts are from the 4 continents. However, Shi Wunyan is from Mount Meru of the Pure Land of Bliss. It's said that he has already obtained the supreme true inheritance of Buddhism. If nothing goes wrong, Shi Wunyan should be this year's Supreme Arhat." Following Yun Zhu's direction, Su Zimo's gaze landed on a monk in the crowd. The monk was young and held one palm upright in front of him with a string of prayer beads hanging on it. He followed behind a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries with a lowered head. From afar, Shi Wunyan was no different from the other monks, and was one of the types that were difficult to discover in a crowd. However, the moment Su Zimo's gaze landed on that person, Shi Wunyan suddenly raised his head. A bedazzling divine light burst forth from his eyes as he looked toward Su Zimo. What keen senses! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. What was even stranger was that after the monks of the Pure Land of Bliss descended, countless gazes lingered on Shi Wunyan. Shi Wunyan was unmoved by all of them. When Su Zimo looked at him, he sensed something and turned back. Just as Su Zimo was puzzled, an unfamiliar voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. It was warm, moderate, and extremely pleasant, like Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries, causing one to unconsciously feel reverence. Patron, you have an affinity with the Buddhist monasteries, and the aura of Buddhism around you is extremely pure. I hope that I will have the chance to discuss Buddhism with you. Su Zimo looked at Shi Wunyan, who was among the monks in the distance. Shi Wunyan smiled benevolently and nodded in his direction. What a terrifying monk! Shi Wunyan's gaze was warm, and his tone seemed extremely polite. However, Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. He finally realized why Shi Wunyan noticed him. That was because Shi Wunyan could sense the aura of Buddhism from him with just a single gaze and could tell that he was different. Although Shi Wunyan phrased it nicely, in reality, he wanted to probe Su Zimo's secrets. Although this person might not have guessed that he had cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo was clearly targeted by him. This monk, who had the potential to become the supreme arhat, indeed possessed phenomenal abilities. Before the 9 firmament meet began, Su Zimo was already targeted by many cultivators, including heaven immortals and perfected immortals. They were all hostile. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Given his current cultivation realm, he could sweep through all other experts of the heaven immortal realm. It did not matter if they were princes or princesses, everyone would be suppressed by him. If perfected immortal experts like Qin Su and Shi Wunyan were to come knocking, Su Zimo would naturally not be able to defeat them. However, it was not as though he had no way of dealing with them. The martial Tao prime body was still in seclusion in Avicii and was at an important juncture of deducing the martial Tao. As long as the martial Tao prime body came out of seclusion, he could resolve all the dangers he was facing. The 9 firmament immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss factions were all present. Together, there were more than 100,000 cultivators gathered on the Builder Tree Mountain Range with a massive might. Most of those cultivators were experts at the perfected immortal realm. On the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain, there were 13 supreme immortal kings and more than 100 ordinary immortal kings. For the Pure Land of Bliss, 10 supreme heavenly kings and dozens of ordinary heavenly kings arrived as well. This was an unprecedented sight. It was clear how much the 9 firmament immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss valued this 9 firmament meet. The reason why there were so many immortal king experts holding down the fort was to ensure that the 9 firmament meet could proceed smoothly without any sudden variables appearing. As the various factions gathered, the 9 firmament meet officially began. Chapter 2595. 2595, taking it out on the prince. 2595, taking it out on the prince. An immortal king from the 9 firmament immortal domain arrived in midair. A heavenly king from the Pure Land of Bliss appeared as well, and the 2 of them stood side by side. The Tao title of the immortal king from the 9 firmament immortal domain was Pu Xian, and the Tao title for the heavenly king of the Pure Land of Bliss was Huiwen. Although the two experts were only at the minor grotto heaven realm and were ordinary immortal kings, they had already hosted many 9 firmament meets and were experienced. The two of them first exchanged pleasantries and introduced the rules and precautions of the 9 firmament meet. Suzimo was not interested and merely wanted the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking to begin as soon as possible so that he could secretly absorb and refine the life force of the builder tree. After a while, immortal King Pu Xian coughed gently and said, "The heaven immortals who can take part in the 9 firmament meet are all paragons of the various immortal domains. Before the 2 ranking list competition begins, heaven immortals can also spar and interact with one another." This was also the custom of every 9 firmament meet. The main event of the 9 firmament meet was the fight for the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking. Prior to this, the sparring between heaven immortals could only be considered as an appetizer to build excitement for the 2 ranking lists later on. There were no specific rules for the spar between heaven immortals. Every heaven immortal could stand out and challenge any opponents. Of course, the other party could also reject the challenge. If this was in private, it would naturally not matter if anyone rejected the challenges. However, this was the 9 firmament meet where experts of both domains were gathered. If anyone rejected a challenge, it would have a huge impact on his reputation and even that of his sect. Furthermore, those who could take part in the 9 firmament meet were all somebodies on the heaven rankings of the various immortal domains. None of them could afford to lose face like this. The moment immortal King Pu Xian said that, more than 10 cultivators from the other 8 immortal domains stood out. 3 of them were even the rank ones of the heaven ranking of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain, Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain, and Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. I heard that rank one of the heaven ranking in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Suzimo, is extremely powerful. Since this is a rare gathering, I'd like to spar with him. A grade 9 heaven immortal from the Green Firmament Immortal Domain said in a deep voice. Rank one of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking was Lin Luo of the Battle Kingdom. The combat strength of this grade 9 heaven immortal was not weak either. He was rank 3 of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking this time round. I want to challenge the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's Suzimo as well. A grade 9 heaven immortal of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain stood out and shouted. What a coincidence! Rank one of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking smiled. The person I want to challenge is also the Divine Firmament's Suzimo. It was not only the other 8 immortal domains. Even a few monks from the pure land of bliss stood out. Zen Master Huiwen smiled gently and teased. Young friends, are you all going to challenge Suzimo of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain? Yes, me too. The few cultivators who had just stood out nodded one after another, although the others did not say anything. They acknowledged it silently. Initially, Zen Master Huiwen was merely asking casually, to think that cultivators of the various immortal domains and even monks of the pure land of bliss wanted to challenge the rank one of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking. Instantly, Suzimo became the focus of the 9 firmament meet. Those cultivators did not know Suzimo at all. However, the rumors of Suzimo and the 4 great fairies at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet spread through the heavenly world, attracting the hostility of many cultivators. Fufu, Sword Immortal Zhuowuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain, smirked with a mocking expression. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a young man is too showy, he will naturally be taught a lesson by others. Lin Lei said in a low voice, Sister, don't be fooled by Suzimo's refined appearance. He's a big flirt. Look, there's even rumors of him and the 4 great fairies. Don't get too close to him. Brother, you believe such rumors? Lin Luo rolled her eyes at Lin Lei helplessly. Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain looked at Su Zimo curiously and said softly, "So he's Su Zimo. He looks ordinary and there's nothing special about him. I wonder why the 4 great fairies would get involved with him, given their stature." Another perfected immortal said, "No matter what, there's so many heaven immortal experts challenging Su Zimo, the rank ones of the heaven rankings in the other immortal domains included. It'll probably be difficult for that lad to tide through this." Unlike the excited discussions of the cultivators of the other immortal domains and the pure land of bliss, the divine firmament immortal domain was extremely quiet. Even sword immortal Yu Hua, perfected immortal Wu Feng, Meng Yao, and the others who had grudges with Su Zimo had calm expressions and did not make any sarcastic remarks. It was not that they did not want to, but they had witnessed Su Zimo's methods at the divine firmament immortal meet personally. They knew very well that the so-called paragons of the various immortal domains who had just stood out were no match for Su Zimo. Even if the group of them attacked together, they might not be able to threaten Su Zimo. Sword immortal Yu Hua and the others did not bear much hope and naturally reacted indifferently. Right then, on the side of the purple firmament immortal domain, a grade 9 heaven immortal stood up slowly and walked out of the crowd, exuding a unique might as he said, "Slowly, all of you retreat. Don't fight with me." It was the rank one of the purple firmament immortal domain's heaven ranking, Prince Ing Tian. Ing Tian wants to challenge Su Zimo as well. This is going to be interesting. I reckon that Ing Tian wants to suppress Su Zimo's limelight as well. Given his emperor bloodline, Su Zimo will definitely lose. Another commotion broke out in the crowd. None of the cultivators knew that the reason why Ing Tian wanted to challenge Su Zimo was because he had suffered a huge loss in Su Zimo's hands. The two of them had a feud of a severed arm. Furthermore, back in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven, he did not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. Even the pure jade manual was taken away by Su Zimo. That was an unacceptable humiliation for Ing Tian. As the son of an emperor, he had never encountered such a huge setback up till this point of his cultivation. When sword immortal Yu Hua saw Prince Ing Tian appear, his expression changed, and he was slightly interested. Ing Tian was different from the rank ones of the heaven rankings in the other immortal domains. If there was anyone of the same cultivation realm who could suppress Su Zimo, Ing Tian should be the one with the highest chance. The cultivators who had just stood out to challenge Su Zimo retreated in fear when they saw Ing Tian appear. Even the rank ones of the 3 immortal domains did not persist. Ing Tian was a prince, after all, with a noble status. Everyone had to give him some face, and there was no need to offend him, just because of Su Zimo. Against the challenge of a group of heaven immortal experts, Su Zimo had a calm expression and was in deep thought. He did not take the so-called paragons before him seriously at all. He did not even care about Prince Ing Tian. His thoughts had always been on absorbing and refining the builder tree. I have to resolve this matter as soon as possible and let the competition for the 2 ranking lists begin as soon as possible. Su Zimo lamented internally. Only when the perfected immortal ranking and Arhot ranking began and attracted the attention of most cultivators, could he seize the opportunity to secretly absorb and refine the life force of the builder tree. Initially, Su Zimo was pondering how troublesome it would be to deal with the challenges of so many cultivators. Now that Prince Ing Tian came knocking, it was exactly what he wanted. He could take it out on the prince and intimidate everyone else. Chapter 2596 2596 Domineering Suppression. 2596 Domineering Suppression. Su Zimo of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Do you dare to come out and accept the challenge? Say something. Could he be afraid? Is this the level of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking? If he's so useless, you guys should replace him as soon as possible. A series of shouts sounded from the crowd, and many cultivators hollered loudly, worried that Su Zimo would be afraid of fighting Ing Tian. On the peak of the Builder Tree Mountain Range, Venues and platforms for cultivators to spar were set up. Ing Tian had already stood on them. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and rose. Stepping through the air, he arrived at the sword discourse arena before long. On the side of the grand firmament immortal domain, an imperceptible figure appeared behind the number 1 perfected immortal, Qin Su. At that moment he said in a low voice, "Young master, if Ing Tian kills Su Zimo, the pure jade manual will probably fall into the hands of Ing Tian as well. It won't be easy to get it back. There's no hurry. Let the two of them exhaust themselves first." Qin Su replied indifferently, "Someone who possesses the pure jade manual and can defeat Yun Ting won't die so easily." On the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo and Ing Tian stood facing one another. Immortal King Pu Xian said, "If the two of you are ready, let's begin." On the side of the divine firmament immortal domain, Immortal King Qingyang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said loudly, "The point of sparring is not for you guys to fight to the death. It's best for the two of you to restrain yourselves." Ing Tian said indifferently, "Senior Qingyang, you're right. However, we're all top-tier heaven immortals, and our strengths are similar. Once we fight, it'll be difficult for us to know our limits. Whether he can survive depends on his fate." Although Ing Tian said it politely, in reality, he rejected the suggestion of Immortal King Qingyang. "Idiot!" Immortal King Qingyang cursed internally. "Do you think I was reminding you earlier on? I was reminding Su Zimo to spare your life." When Immortal King Qingyang saw Ing Tian's reaction, he smiled faintly and did not say anything more. On the sword discourse arena, Ing Tian glared at Su Zimo with a murderous aura and said coldly, "Su Zimo, I've waited for this day for too long." When he recalled the humiliation he experienced in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven, the killing intent in Ing Tian's heart had already accumulated to its peak. He had to retrieve everything he lost back then today. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on him. He only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Before Ing Tian could finish his sentence, Su Zimo moved and transformed into a golden streak of light. Instantly, he crossed the entire sword discourse arena and arrived before Ing Tian. It was way too fast. Even the cultivators watching below the stage were shocked. Some heaven immortals who wanted to stand out and challenge Su Zimo earlier on had grim expressions and were secretly alarmed. The speed of that movement technique alone had already surpassed everyone's imagination. If they were in Ing Tian's position, it would be difficult for them to react, and they might be suppressed by Su Zimo within a short period of time. "How dare you!" Ing Tian's pupils constricted, and he reacted extremely quickly. With a shout, he chose to release his bloodline phenomenon without hesitation. Even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. Ing Tian had witnessed Su Zimo's melee combat methods before and knew how powerful he was. He did not dare to be careless. However, the moment his bloodline phenomenon appeared, before it was condensed, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. It was like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry mixed with the explosion of thunder. It penetrated metal and cracked rocks in a deafening manner. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Ing Tian released his sound domain secret skill, hurriedly as well, wanting to defend. However, Su Zimo had already released his innate divine power, the six-tusk divine strength, a step earlier in midair while he was charging over. The power of his body and essence spirit increased exponentially, and even the power of his sound domain secret skill rose to its peak. Back when Su Zimo was a grade 8 heaven immortal, even Yun Ting could not defend against the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill in melee combat. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, the Dragon Roar secret skill caused a huge impact on Ing Tian. Ing Tian's eyes widened and he shuddered. Before his bloodline phenomenon was formed, it was dispersed by a single roar of the Dragon Roar secret skill. If not for the protection of the incomplete bloodline phenomenon earlier on, his body might have been severely injured. At that distance, many divine powers and secret skills could not be released in time. Only instantaneous secret skills could cause damage to the opponent. Ying Tian released his visual technique and was prepared to counterattack. At the same time, a blinding beam of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and destroyed Ying Tian's visual technique instantly. The remaining beam of light entered Ying Tian's eye socket. Ah! Ying Tian shrieked tragically, and one of his eyes went blind on the spot. If not for the protection of the defensive dermic treasure in his consciousness, the visual technique might have even injured his essence spirit. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to advance. He extended both hands and flicked out 10 sharp fingernails that were like sabers and swords, gripping Ying Tian's shoulders instantly. At the same time, he stretched his body and thrust his knees forward, charging forth like a divine steed. You! Ying Tian was enraged. Back in the secret ground of pure magnificence heaven, Su Zimo used this same move to injure him severely in melee combat. To think that Su Zimo would do the same today. Furthermore, he was even more ferocious and savage than before. Ying Tian lost the initiative against Su Zimo's sound domain secret skill and visual technique and could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks at all. Crack! His chest caved in deeply with the jarring sound of bones cracking. Shing! Fresh blood spewed in midair. Under countless gazes, Su Zimo tore off Ying Tian's arms with his tendons and bones. It was a shocking sight. It was not over yet. Before Ying Tian's figure was sent flying, Su Zimo reached out once more and slapped the top of Ying Tian's head. Show mercy! Stop! Instantly, 2 voices sounded. Most of the cultivators below the platform were in shock and had yet to recover. Immortal King Pu Xian and Zen Master Hui, when who were at the side, reacted right away. They shouted and released the might of immortal kings to suppress Su Zimo's figure while saving Ying Tian. Cough, cough! Although Ying Tian was saved, he looked dispirited and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The broken bones in his chest pierced his heart like a short spear. His blood qi deteriorated rapidly, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Wah! The cultivators were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In less than 3 breaths, the battle was over. There was only a single person left on the sword discourse arena. It was rank 1 of the divine firmament immortal domains heaven ranking, Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Although sword immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao and the others knew that Su Zimo's methods were powerful. They had not expected Ying Tian to lose so quickly and not even last 3 breaths. What happened earlier stunned many heaven immortals present. It was not only because of Su Zimo's series of powerful methods earlier on. More than that, it was because the killing intent that Su Zimo had just displayed was shuddering. Everyone could clearly see that if the 2 immortal kings had not saved him, Prince Ying Tian would have been a dead man. Su Zimo even dared to kill the son of an emperor. Chapter 2597. 2597 next. 2597 next. Who's next? Standing on the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings with a burning gaze and a shuddering aura as he asked slowly. The heaven immortals below did not dare to meet his gaze and averted it. The rank 1s of the 3 immortal domains who stood out earlier on fell silent, as well with wary expressions, and did not say anything. Initially, Princess Lang Qianshan wanted to find an opportunity to fight Su Zimo once more, but now she put that thought aside. Even Ying Tian nearly died. Who could guarantee that he could survive the battle? Even if she managed to survive in the same manner as Ying Tian, she would have lost all face, and the losses outweighed the gains. Su Zimo was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd below. This was the effect he wanted when he attacked so ferociously earlier on. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome if so many cultivators came to challenge him one after another. Furthermore, before he attacked, he had already expected that someone would save Ing Tian. Ing Tian's identity was special after all. Immortal King Pu Xian and Zen Master Hui were hosting the 9 firmament meet, and there was no way they would let the prince die in front of them. Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain glanced sideways. Shadow go. Understood. An imperceptible figure behind Qin hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. He had no name. Everything he had was given to him by Qin Su. Even his life did not belong to him, and he was prepared to sacrifice himself for Qin Su at any moment. He was merely Qin Su's shadow. When Su Zimo saw that no one was going to fight, he was about to leave when a figure entered the sword discourse arena. Many cultivators were invigorated. Su Zimo frowned slightly. There's still someone who dares to come. The person's face was covered and his body swayed slightly, as though he was one with the void around the sword discourse arena. His entire body seemed hazy and blurry. After Shadow went on stage, he attacked Su Zimo without saying anything. Suddenly he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside Su Zimo and stabbed towards the back of the latter's head. Xing! The sword Qi tore through the void and let out a sharp sound. Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved. In fact, he did not even attempt to dodge. Before the sword Qi even landed on Su Zimo, it dissipated rapidly and vanished. Shadow's attack earlier on was merely a feint. Even that seemingly corporeal sword Qi was merely an illusion. Xing! Shadow appeared once more. This time round, he arrived beside Su Zimo and slashed through the air with a murderous intent. Su Zimo did not even look at him and was still motionless. The figure dissipated once more and vanished. Shadow cultivated many dharmic Taos, including the Tao of concealment, assassination, and illusion. The current scene was the result of those dharmic Taos combined together. Although Su Zimo had never dabbled in those dharmic Taos before, he relied on his spirit perception and was not disturbed at all. Shadow's 2 attacks earlier on did not make him feel threatened. Even after a few probing attempts, Shadow did not truly attack. Swoosh! Shadow appeared once more. Die! This time round, Shadow released an essence spirit secret skill at Su Zimo while shifting between illusion and reality. What was initially a feint turned into a true assassination attempt instantly. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Shadow was not here to spar at all. In a dharmic art fight between cultivators, he released his essence spirit secret skill right away. It was clear he was out to kill. If he was not wrong, this person was ordered by Qin Su to kill him and snatch the pure jade manual. Su Zimo was a decisive person to begin with. Once he realized that there was no way he would hold back, he ignored Shadow's essence spirit secret skill and conjured a dharmic seal, smashing it towards the latter's head. At the same time, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit. Instantly, the dharmic seal in his hand seemed to have transformed into a thick, majestic, and unattainable mountain peak that crushed down with a shocking might. In the direction of the pure land of bliss. The eyes of some heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries lit up when they saw the mountain peak. The glint in Shi Wunyan's eyes intensified as he murmured, "To think that it's the secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries, the great Mount Meru seal. This lad indeed has the inheritance of the Buddhist monasteries. The great Mount Meru seal." It was a one-sided defeat. The great Mount Meru seal was heavy, steady, and simple. It was the most effective against the illusory, dharmic Tao techniques Shadow utilized. Back at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, even Yun Ting could not dispel that dharmic seal right away and was disadvantaged. It was even worse for Shadow. Creak! Shadow's sword was shattered by the great Mount Meru seal. Poof! Although more than half of the power was dissipated, the The great Mount Meru seal still caused Shadow to spit out blood, and he was sent flying. Suzumo's hand seals changed once more. Before Shadow's figure landed, a massive white tiger appeared to the west of him. It roared and opened its bloody mouth, biting Shadow. That bite and roar of the white tiger had already killed Shadow. It was one of Suzumo's strongest killing techniques, White Tiger Corpse Collection. Chin-Su's Shadow died on the spot, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Amitabha. Zen Master Hui when chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly with a look of pity. This time round, neither immortal King Pu-Xian nor he stood in to save Shadow. After all, Shadow was just a servant under Chin-Su's lead. His status was worlds apart from the prince, and was not worthy of the two of them making a move. Beneath the sword discourse arena, the crowd was in an uproar. Suzumo's counterattack was so ferocious that Chin-Su's Shadow was killed on the spot after 2 dermic arts. At the same time, many cultivators felt relieved. Thankfully, they did not head to the sword discourse arena rashly earlier on. Otherwise, the corpse up there right now might have been one of them. Chin-Su's expression darkened, and his eyes shone with a cold glint. Interesting. Suddenly, Chin-Su smiled and clapped his hands, saying meaningfully, "Suzumo, you're very good. The road ahead is long. I'm sure we'll get to interact again." Everyone could hear the threat in Chin-Su's words. Chin-Su was a prince and had the potential of contending for the supreme, perfected, immortal title. He possessed the inheritance of the Grand Pure Jade Manual and was definitely bent on getting his hands on the Pure Jade Manual. Suzumo ignored Chin-Su's threat and merely pointed at Shadow's corpse, saying coldly, "Take him away." Next. Instantly, the discussions in the surrounding quietened down. Suzumo defeated 2 grade 9 heaven immortals in succession, and even Prince Intian nearly died. Who would dare to head up and die? Earlier on, a group of heaven immortals were eager to challenge Suzumo. But now, when Suzumo stood on the sword discourse arena and challenged the heaven immortal experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss, none of them dared to accept the challenge. Fufu. Suzumo chuckled and leaped down from the sword discourse arena, returning to the divine firmament immortal domain. The Grand Elder of the Academy was all smiles and looked satisfied. In the 2 battles earlier on, not only did Suzumo make a supreme reputation for himself and shock the crowd, the reputation of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited indirectly as well. After this, there were some Heaven Immortals who went on to the arena to spar. However, everything seemed much blander compared to Suzumo's battles earlier on. The spar between the Heaven Immortals did not cause much of a stir and ended quickly. Next was the main event of the 9 firmament meet, the fight for the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking. Chapter 2598. 2598 Secretly Cultivating. 2598 Secretly Cultivating. The terrain of the Builder Tree Mountain Range was semicircular, using the mountain range as the main focus. In the valley below, 2 gigantic ceiling immortal formations were set up, and they were known as the Builder Tree Battlefields. The perfected immortals of the 9 firmament immortal domain and the Arhats of the pure land of bliss competed in their respective regions. They were independent and did not interfere with one another. The elimination round in the Builder Tree Battlefield was open to every perfected immortal. Participating perfected immortals would obtain a badge called the Builder Tree Badge. Once injected with true essence, the Builder Tree Badge would activate a defensive barrier that was connected to the immortal formation. No matter what danger they encountered, they would survive. An expert at the perfected immortal realm was an irreplaceable support for any sect or faction. There was no way they would allow perfected immortals to kill one another and fight with their lives for the sake of the perfected immortal ranking. That would be a self-destructive action for both the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. That was the reason for the existence of the Builder Tree Badge. On the other hand, The Builder Tree badge was also closely related to the final ranking. In the 2 Builder Tree battlefields, the top 100 perfected immortals who obtained the most Builder Tree badges would enter the final battle. There have been many competition formats for the 9 firmament meet. However, after many attempts, this was the most fair and reasonable one. Su Zimo listened for a while. This model was similar to when he took part in the Immortal Sect selection back then. The 2 Builder Tree battlefields were long prepared. On the side of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, a group of perfected immortal experts stood up one after another. Renowned experts such as Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, and Chunfeng Jian would naturally not miss this opportunity. Even Yang Ruoxu was prepared to undergo a baptism of killing in the Builder Tree battlefield. The improvement of watching from the sidelines was never as great as experiencing it personally. "Sister, aren't you taking part?" When Yunju saw that Mo Qing did not stand up the entire time, she could not help but ask. "Aya." Mo Qing hesitated. In the depths of her heart, she was not willing to participate in such a fight. Yunju smiled gently and persuaded, "Sister, you don't have to be so resistant. It's just a participation. It'll be best if you can be ranked in the top 100. If you can't, it's fine. There's nothing to lose." There were only 10 spots on the perfected immortal ranking. However, if one could be ranked in the top 100 of the Builder Tree battlefield, they could also obtain a chance to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. In other words, at the 9 firmament meet, only 200 perfected immortals were qualified to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. This was an irresistible temptation for many perfected immortals. Even if one only managed to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree for a month, it would be equivalent to 10,000 years of effort. Furthermore, the Builder Tree only slept once every 100,000 years. This was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. All right, Mo Qing nodded. Before long, thousands of perfected immortals from the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, including the 4 great fairies, entered the fray. Apart from some perfected immortals whose cultivation realms were too low and thought that they had no hope, most of them intended to fight in the Builder Tree battlefield. On the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain, tens of thousands of perfected immortals entered the fray. The situation on the side of the pure land of bliss was not much different. The perfected immortals and arhats wielded their Builder Tree badges and were randomly teleported to various parts of the Builder Tree battlefields. A massive battle between perfected immortals had officially begun. Su Zimo took a rough look. Chess Immortal Junyu of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain, Zhuo Wuchen and Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. All of these hot candidates on the perfected immortal ranking were extremely domineering. The moment the battle royale began, they did not choose to form a team with others. Instead, they pushed forth alone, and no one could stop them. Among the 4 great fairies, apart from Chess Immortal Junyu, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, and Book Immortal Yunju relied on their own methods, as well to snatch the Builder Tree badges continuously and smoothly. Mo Qing did not like to fight, nor did she take the initiative to look for opponents. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to obtain enough Builder Tree badges if she participated in this battle royale. However, there were always perfected immortals who thought that painting immortal Mo Qing was the weakest among the 4 great fairies and took the initiative to attack her. News of Mo Qing tearing the painting book at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet had long spread through the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Many perfected immortals instinctively felt that Mo Qing's combat strength had decreased after losing the painting book and was not much of a threat. However, none of them expected that Mo Qing would advance in her cultivation realm with the help of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram and gain new insights into the Tao of painting. Even without the painting book, Mo Qing's combat strength was top tier among perfected immortals. It was just that she rarely fought against others, creating the misconception that the painting immortal was weak. With the perfected immortals that came knocking on her door, the number of builder tree badges on Mo Qing's body increased continuously. Yang Ruoxu was only a convergence perfected immortal after all. It did not take long for him to be defeated by a hollow nether perfected immortal within, and was unfortunately eliminated. Be it the 9 firmament immortal domain or the pure land of bliss, almost all the cultivator's attention was focused on the 2 builder tree battlefields below. As the battle progressed, everyone discussed and commented. Su Zimo merely looked at it for a while before calming down. He secretly extended the connection of his green lotus true body underground. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness followed the thick roots and gradually arrived at the true form of the builder tree. At that moment, it was as though he had transformed into a creation green lotus and took root here. His roots intertwined with the roots of the builder tree and began to absorb the life force of the latter. Su Zimo did not dare to absorb it too quickly. Firstly, he was worried that he would alarm the builder tree. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting attention. Apart from a group of perfected immortal experts, there were also many immortal kings holding down the fort at the 9 firmament meet after all. All of these immortal kings had sharp senses. If anything happened, there was a high chance that some of them would be suspicious. As time passed by, the combat on the builder tree battlefield below intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd from time to time. Su Zimo did not care, nor was he interested. He continued to absorb and refine the builder tree in secret to strengthen the green lotus true body. In just a day, he could clearly sense that the green lotus true body had received an extremely obvious improvement. If he were to cultivate at this speed, the green lotus true body might be able to grow to the peak of grade 11 within a few days. As the green lotus true body grew, his cultivation realm would increase as well, and he would reach the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Su Zimo cultivated in silence and absorbed and refined the life force energy of the builder tree. Although he had been suppressing it the entire time, he could not help but emit a unique aura that belonged to the Flora race. This aura was mixed with the builder tree and creation green lotus. Although perfected immortals might not be able to sense it, it could not be hidden from some immortal king experts. The expression of immortal King Qingyang changed, as though he sensed something. At the same time, on the side of the green firmament immortal domain, immortal Queen Linglong sensed something unusual about Su Zimo. She hurriedly conjured a secret skill through the endless void in secret, creating a concealment that could hide the heavenly secrets around Su Zimo. Immortal King Qingyang glanced sideways and surveyed Su Zimo's side. When he did not find anything, he frowned and retracted his gaze. Chapter 2599, 2599 Thoughts of the Prime Body. 2599 Thoughts of the Prime Body. 5 days later, the elimination round of the 2 builder tree battlefields was almost over. On the side of the divine firmament immortal domain, Chess Immortal Jun was far in the lead and had the second most number of builder tree badges. Next was Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Yun Zhu, Mo Qing, and Meng Yao were all in the top 100. There were only 8 perfected immortals from the divine firmament immortal domain in the top 100, half of them were the 4 great fairies alone. Fairy Jiaolan, Zhou Wuchen, and the other popular candidates mentioned previously were among the top 100 as well. Prince Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain was the one with the most number of builder tree badges. The competition for the perfected immortal ranking this time round is way too intense. By the looks of it, there are at least 3 people who have a chance of obtaining the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. Divine Firmament Immortal Domains Chess Immortal Junyu, Grand Firmament Immortal Domains Qin Su, and Green Firmament Immortal Domains Lin Lei. In my opinion, Zhuo Wuqian of the White Firmament Immortal Domain has a chance as well, and is not much weaker than the three of them. These top-tier experts must have definitely held back with their trump cards in the elimination round. It's hard to say who will win the final competition. For the past few days, many cultivators on the peak of the Builder Tree discussed. Even some immortal kings conversed with one another and commented on the perfected immortals who were participating in the battle below. Compared to the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, there was evidently no ambiguity about the elimination round at the side of the pure land of bliss. The rank one of the elimination round was Shi Wunyan. He was far ahead of others in the number of Builder Tree badges obtained. For the past 5 days, Su Zimo did not watch the battle much. He absorbed and refined the life force energy of the Builder Tree and cultivated continuously. The green lotus true body was growing rapidly, and his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds. He was close to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Of course, even if he cultivated to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal here and touched the barrier of the perfected 1 realm, Su Zimo would not be able to break through here. The advancement of the green lotus true body to the perfected 1 realm was no small matter. This was not merely an increase in his cultivation realm with the condensation of a Tao fruit to become a perfected immortal. At the same time, it meant that the green lotus true body would grow to grade 12. The creation green lotus would ripen completely and would be at its peak. At that time, nobody knew what changes would happen. Right now, there were many immortal kings surrounding him. If Su Zimo broke through here, the bloodline of the creation green lotus would definitely be exposed. It would be equivalent to committing suicide. There were so many immortal king experts from various sects and factions that even the sect master of the academy might not be able to protect him. Furthermore, the Dharmic Tao cultivated by the green lotus true body was complex. He had cultivated the taboo mystic classics of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. There was also a powerful cultivation technique from the demon Tao, such as the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Under such circumstances, it would become extremely difficult and complicated to condense a Tao fruit and break through. Without a good opportunity, it would be difficult to break through. After the elimination round was over, the cultivators returned to their sects and rested for the night. The final ranking battle would be held the next day to determine the 10 spots on the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. Avicii, the martial Tao prime body, opened his eyes, and the purple Tao fire in them gradually retracted. He snapped out of his endless deduction of the Dharmic Tao and exhaled gently. He had benefited immensely from his deduction this time round. He had already comprehended the crux of the martial Tao Dharmic formulation for the next realm. However, there were still some details that he could not figure out yet. Furthermore, the fog ahead had already dissipated gradually, and the martial Tao prime body could vaguely see the future. The Dharmic Tao of the human race was passed down through the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist Taoists. Demons had the demon Tao. There were 10,000 Dharmic Taoists in the 10,000 races. However, at the end of the day, all Dharmic Taoists would converge into one and lead to the same goal. It might be the same for the martial Tao. The end of the Tao was always similar. No matter what Dharmic Tao one cultivated, they would eventually head to the same shore. He could not confirm the next realm of the martial Tao for the time being. However, in this seclusion, a sudden thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. It was an extremely bold thought that might even result in a slim chance of survival. However, once he succeeded with that inspiration, he might be able to create a Tao unique to him that no one could surpass or replicate. To a certain extent, the Dharmic Tao of the martial Tao was no different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists, and did not exceed the restraints of this world. However, his existence was a variable to begin with, and he was the founder of the martial Tao. His body smelted thousands of divine powers and secret skills and nurtured all sutras. That was the reason why the martial Tao could release such terrifying combat strength in his hands. His disciples, Baiming Shui and Carefree, were not the only ones who could cultivate the martial Tao. All living beings in the world could and ascend to become immortals. The martial Tao did not belong to him alone. However, if he could verify this thought of his and synthesize the fact that he was a variable together with the foundation of the martial Tao, he might be able to break through some sort of restriction of the laws and step into an unknown, unfathomable, and untouchable world. From the beginning, the martial Tao prime body had been trying to surpass everything. He did not only want to surpass others, but also himself. During this period of seclusion cultivation, the martial Tao prime body cultivated his Tao body while deducing the dharmic Tao. The true martial Tao body was about to reach the perfected realm. On the 6th day of the 9 firmament meet, the final ranking battle of the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking officially began. The cultivators on the 2 ranking lists were divided into the 2 battlefields and fought in pairs. After each round, the cultivators would be given enough time to rest. Therefore, the ranking battle had to last for 2 days. The first match of the perfected immortal ranking was Qin Su against a grade 9 perfected immortal of the purple firmament immortal domain. Although this grade 9 perfected immortal was not weak, he had no chance against Prince Qin Su. He admitted defeat in less than 10 moves. The second match was Junyu against a grade 9 perfected immortal of the verdant firmament immortal domain. Junyu won with ease as well. The third match was between Lin Lei and Mo Qing. Mo Qing did not take part in the battle and admitted defeat. Many cultivators thought that painting immortal Mo Qing made this choice because she knew that she had no chance of winning. Only Su Zimo, Yun Zhu, and the others knew that Mo Qing was merely unwilling to fight. For her, it was enough if she could enter the top 100 and obtain a chance to cultivate beneath the builder tree. Su Zimo caught a few matches casually before calming down to cultivate in secret. The 6th day passed. The top 50 spots were already decided. Among them, on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain, apart from painting immortal Mo Qing, who withdrew at the start, the other 3 of the 4 great fairies were ranked in the top 50. Sword immortal Yu Hua was also far in the lead. Everyone knew that the ranking battle on the 7th day would be even more intense. The final day was the clash between the top perfected immortal experts. After resting for the night, the ranking battle began early the next morning. The remaining 50 perfected immortals on the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain fought once more. The battle was unprecedentedly intense, and the cultivators watching felt their hearts skip a beat as their blood boiled. In between, 2 perfected immortals even exhausted their final trump cards and fought to a draw. On the peak of the builder tree, among the vast number of cultivators, there was probably only a single person who did not take the ranking battle of the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking to heart. Instead, he made use of this opportunity to secretly cultivate and grow rapidly. Chapter 2600, 2600 Astral Imprisonment. 2600 Astral Imprisonment. 7th day of the 9 firmament meet. Afternoon, the ranking battle for the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking had already entered the final phase. On the side of the pure land of bliss, Shi Wunyan won everything, and no one could stop him. On the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain, Chess immortal Junyu, Prince Qin Su, Lin Lei, and Zhou Wuchen were far in the lead with complete victories. Junyu's chess Dao, Qin Su's secret skills of the emperor, Lin Lei's halberd, and Zhou Wuchen's sword Dao left deep impressions on the cultivators present. If nothing went wrong, the supreme perfected immortal of this generation would be born among them. The next battle was between Zither, immortal Mengyao, and Lin Lei. Meng Yao's Tao was through her music. It would be fine if she was up against ordinary cultivators. However, against a top-tier perfected immortal like Lin Lei, it was difficult for her dermic Tao to unleash its power head-on. Meng Yao's zither sound could not affect Lin Lei's Tao heart at all. Lin Lei wielded his halberd with a torrential aura and defeated zither immortal Meng Yao. Thereafter, Book immortal Yunju went against Prince Qin Su. Unsurprisingly, Yunju was defeated in this battle. Even so, Yunju's performance attracted praise. Right from the beginning, Yunju seemed to be holding back. Although she was defeated in the end, she did not seem wretched at all and retreated with grace. Many immortal kings secretly speculated that the combat strength of Book immortal Yunju was most likely sufficient for her to be ranked on the perfected immortal ranking. It was merely unfortunate that she had a bad ranking for the elimination round, causing her to have to face Prince Qin Su prematurely and be knocked out. Evening. On the side of the pure land of bliss, the ranking battle for the Arhot ranking was the first to end. The Arhot ranking of this generation was out. As everyone had expected, the top of the Arhot ranking with the title of Supreme was Shi Wunyan from the pure land of bliss's Mount Meru. Shi Wunyan won everything along the way, and furthermore they were landslides. There was no doubt towards his conferment as Supreme. Rank 1 of the Arhot ranking, Shi Wunyan. Rank 2, Wu Gaoni. Rank 3, Wu. Rank 4, Su Ba. Rank 5, Tian Mu. Rank 6, Ding Li. Rank 7, Budong. Rank 8, Luo Du. Rank 9, Pamo. Rank 10, Durun. As for the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, the ranking battle was already coming to an end. The first 2 battles were Qin Su against Zhuo Wuchen and Jun Yu against Lin Lei. Qin Su and Jun Yu won respectively. This meant that it would either be Qin Su or Jun Yu who would be the supreme perfected immortal. The current battle was between Lin Lei and Zhuo Wuchen to fight for the 3rd spot on the perfected immortal ranking. After an intense fight, Lin Lei won after a tragic battle. Zhuo Wuchen was not fated to be in the top 3 of the perfected immortal ranking and was defeated. Lin Lei dragged his injured body back to the green firmament immortal domain. Lin Luo went up to him immediately and consoled him. "Brother, congratulations. Mother was praising you earlier on. It's already not bad for you to be 3rd. Lin Lei shook his head gently and smiled bitterly. He was naturally dissatisfied with being rank 3 on the perfected immortal ranking. However, there was chess immortal Junyu and Prince Qin Su in this generation. Indeed, he could not defeat them. Lin Lei rubbed Lin Luo's head gently and said earnestly, "Sister, look at Su Zimo. Don't think that he's very strong just because there's no one who can match him in the heaven immortal realm. At the perfected immortal realm, there are many people who are stronger than him. One can only be called a true paragon after advancing to the perfected one realm. His current achievements are nothing." Lin Luo pouted. "Brother, how do you know that he will fail after entering the perfected one realm? In my opinion, his potential is much greater than yours." "Humph." Lin Lei was a little disdainful. "He's only comparable to me if he's even qualified to partake in the competition for the perfected immortal ranking and can obtain rank 3. Layer, you're still arrogant." Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head gently. "Up till this point of your cultivation, you thought that you were invincible among your peers. However, you suffered an unexpectedly huge loss in Langfeng City. Even after you have just suffered another setback at the perfected immortal ranking, you're not intending to reflect upon yourself?" Lin Lei naturally did not dare to refute Immortal Queen Linglong's reprimand and merely lowered his head in silence. The next battle was the true center of attraction. Prince Qin Su was up against chess Immortal Junyu. Even the monks of the pure land of bliss gathered to watch the battle. "Zimo, who do you think will win?" Yun Zhu glanced sideways and asked. Su Zimo was still cultivating and did not seem to have heard or noticed anything. Zimo. Yunju was worried when she saw Su Zimo in a strange state. Although his eyes were on the battlefield, he seemed to be in a trance with his mind elsewhere. She could not help but touch him gently as she called out once more. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo woke up from his cultivation state. In the 7 days of the 9 firmament meet, he cultivated with the help of the builder tree, and the green lotus true body grew at a terrifying speed. It had already reached the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. However, he did not sense the barrier of the perfected one realm. If he wanted to break through, he would have to consolidate his comprehension and find a suitable opportunity. Now that Yunju had awakened him, he had no intention of continuing cultivating for the time being. He was prepared to watch the final battle of the perfected immortal ranking. "Are you all right?" Yunju asked. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Recalling Yunju's question earlier on, he said in a low voice, "In my opinion, Junyu has a higher chance. If it was 1,000 years ago, Junyu and Qin might have been on par. But now that Junyu has obtained the inheritance of immortal Queen Linglong, it was an extremely obvious increase to her combat strength." As dusk descended, a huge battle broke out. The moment the 2 perfected immortal experts attacked, they did not test the waters and released their strongest trump cards. In a fight of this level, one could lose if they were careless. Junyu held the chessboard in her hands and carried the starry skies on her back. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a chessboard as she stood outside, manipulating the fates of each chess piece. Even Qin was merely a chess piece in her hands. Qin's methods were extremely terrifying as well. The Emperor's bloodline was incomparably domineering as he forcefully released his bloodline phenomenon. It was as though an iron-blooded army was gathered behind him, and a single order shattered the chess game. The combat intensity of both parties increased continuously, and they even released essence, spirit, secret skills. Before long, it reached its climax, and victory could be decided at any moment. Suddenly, Qin touched his glabella with his finger and took out a scarlet ancient book, creating another self right in front of everyone. The 2 of them looked identical, even in terms of cultivation realm. It was the Grand Pure Jade Manual from one of the taboo mystic classics, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. The crowd stirred when they saw that. Qin alone was already enough to fight chess immortal Junyu to a draw. How would Junyu defend against the combined forces of 2 Qin CS? Back in the battle between Su Zimo and Yun Ting. It was after Su Zimo released his primeval body that Yun Ting was completely defeated. And now, Qin used the Grand Pure Jade Manual to condense a morality body. Although the physique of the morality body was ordinary, its spirit consciousness was incomparably strong and could even release essence, spirit, secret skills. On the battlefield, Junyu's expression was calm. She was not flustered when she saw Qin release his morality body. "Since that's the case, I'll let you witness my capabilities." Junyu conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, and her spirit consciousness was expended immensely. An incomparably tremendous might descended as though the world was locked and restricted. Pointing at Qin, Junyu said softly, "Astral imprisonment. Peerless divine power. Astral imprisonment." Chapter 2601. 2601 Perfect End. 2601 Perfect End. When they saw that, the cultivators were shocked. A glint flashed through the eyes of the immortal kings as well. How difficult was it to comprehend peerless divine powers? Opportunities, talent, and comprehension were all factors that could not be lacking. In the current heavenly world, Junyu was the only perfected immortal who had comprehended a peerless divine power. Even among the immortal king experts present, none of them could comprehend a peerless divine power back then. It was no exaggeration to say that the rarity of peerless divine powers was comparable to the taboo mystic classics. Furthermore, ever since the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings were established, perfected immortals who could comprehend peerless divine powers were invincible among their peers. Without exception, all of them were conferred the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. The moment Junyu released her peerless divine power, astral imprisonment, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. In terms of strength, peerless divine powers could suppress perfected immortals almost completely. Immortal King Long Night of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain turned to look at Immortal King Qingyang and said, "To think that the divine firmament Immortal Domain would give birth to such a monster incarnate. Furthermore, she's a woman. How shocking! It's indeed rare." Immortal King Qingyang nodded slightly. The last woman that shocked many immortals was Immortal Queen Linglong of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Immortal Queen Ling Long came from the lower worlds and rose all the way, even becoming an immortal queen in the end. This matter caused a huge stir in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Immortal King Long Night's gaze shifted and swept past Immortal Queen Linglong in a seemingly unintentional manner. In order to comprehend astral imprisonment, one has to possess extremely high attainments in the Dharmic Taos of space and time. From the spatial Dharmic Tao of this woman, she seems to be guided by another powerful master. Immortal King Long Night had a major grotto heaven and was considered a supreme immortal king whose cultivation realm was even above Immortal Queen Linglong naturally. He could tell that Junyu carried some Dharmic Tao traces of Immortal Queen Linglong. In reality, back at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, Junyu had not comprehended this peerless divine power. It was all thanks to the 3 days she spent playing chess with Su Zimo in the room. On the 3rd day, she witnessed the entire process of Su Zimo resolving the 8th Linglong Zugzwang and gained some inspiration and insights. She fused it together with her personal Dharmic Tao to comprehend that peerless divine power. Immortal King Long Night said, "In my opinion, there's no need for this fight to continue. Chess Immortal Jun, you should be the victor." "Exactly." Immortal King Qingyang nodded as well. Qin Su was a prince after all and had a noble status with the backing of an emperor. There was no need for him to lose his life for the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. On the battlefield, after Qin Su released his morality body, he realized that he and his morality body could not move at all. Time was not the only thing imprisoned, space as well. Unless they had the strength of another peerless divine power, there was no way perfected immortals could break free from astral imprisonment. The moment the peerless divine power descended, the battlefield suddenly turned silent. Even the air froze and all sound vanished without a trace. In front of Junyu, Qin Su was like fish on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. With an indifferent expression, Junyu flicked her finger gently. A black chess piece tore through the void and flew slowly towards Qin Su's glabella. Qin Su watched helplessly in shock and anger as the black chess piece flew towards him. This was the power of a peerless divine power. On the other side, a hint of fear flashed through Shi Wunyan's eyes when he saw that. He was already the most outstanding monk in the Buddhist monasteries in the past 100,000 years. Even so, he had not comprehended a peerless divine power. To be precise, the supreme divine power he controlled had already touched the threshold of peerless divine power, but had yet to be cultivated successfully. Right then, 2 incomparably domineering powers surged in and broke through the restricted space on the battlefield. Under the instigation of Immortal King Long Night and Immortal King Qingyang, Immortal King Puxian and Zen Master Huiwen attacked at the same time to save Qin Su and forcefully end the battle. Qin Su regained his freedom and looked at the black chess piece that was right in front of him. Instinctively, he retreated a few steps and looked at Junyu opposite him, cursing internally, "Crazy woman!" He had a life-saving item given to him by his father, and Junyu would definitely not be able to kill him. However, the fear of being rendered completely immobile and incapable of controlling anything still gave him a sense of trepidation. Immortal King Pu Xian smiled gently and declared, "Both of you are rare paragons of the 9-firmament immortal domain. Since the outcome has been decided, there's no need for you to fight to the death." Qin Si's expression was terrible. He harumphed coldly and flicked his sleeves before leaving. The competition for the perfected immortal ranking came to an official end here. Rank 1 of the perfected immortal ranking. Chess Immortal Junyu of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 2. Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 3. Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 4. Zhuo Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 5. Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 6. Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 7. Ding Yuan of the Purple Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 8. Shi Gu of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 9. Yu Hua of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 10. Fairy Ling Huang of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. The perfected immortal ranking this time round was rather special. Not only did 3 fairies occupy 3 of the 10 spots, the supreme perfected immortal was a fairy as well. Ever since the perfected immortal ranking was established, this was the first time a fairy had been conferred the title of supreme. Furthermore, there was no perfected immortal from the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain on the perfected immortal ranking. In the battle in Langfeng City, the 5 city lords of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain who had a chance of contending for the perfected immortal ranking were all killed by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, causing them to suffer immense losses. The 2 gigantic ranking lists of the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings were hung on the Builder Tree. There were a total of 20 perfected immortals, and every single name shone with a bedazzling glow. Those 20 were the strongest and most outstanding paragons and monster incarnates of the 9-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss for the past 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, the 9-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss had given birth to countless perfected immortals. However, only those 20 were qualified to leave their names on the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings. All the cultivators looked at the names on the perfected immortal ranking with reverence and envy. It was definitely a supreme honor in their lives to be able to leave their names on it. Before long, the names of the 20 perfected immortals would spread through the 2 domains and entire heavenly world, entering the books of history. The immortal king experts of the 9-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss heaved a sigh of relief as well. There were no accidents for the past 7 days. The Fiend domain was rather quiet. Now that the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings were complete, it was time for the top 100 perfected immortals of the 2 domains to head to the Builder Tree to cultivate. The other perfected immortals could cultivate on the peak of the Builder Tree as well. The heaven and earth essence chi here was much richer than the spirit meridians of other immortal mountains. At this point, the 9-firmament meet had concluded almost perfectly. Prior to this, the emperors and immortal king experts of the 9-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss had been worried about one thing. They were worried that there might be any strange activity from the Fiend domain. After all, 2 peerless fiends had reappeared in the world in recent years. Each of them was someone that cultivators of the 2 domains were wary of. Nobody knew if the Fiend domain would do anything at the 9-firmament meet. Now, it seemed like they were thinking too much. Even after the 2 ranking lists ended, the enthusiasm of the cultivators did not dissipate. The perfected immortals who participated in the 2 ranking lists returned to the peak of the Builder Tree to rest and wait for the next morning to officially head to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. The 9-firmament meet seemed calm and peaceful. At that moment, all the immortals and monks, including the immortal kings and heavenly kings, could not have imagined what was about to unfold the next day. Chapter 2602. 2602 Out of Seclusion. 2602 Out of Seclusion. 8 days after the 9 firmament meet, the sun rose and daybreak arrived. Avicii was still dark and sinister. In the darkness, a figure could vaguely be seen sitting in a lotus position motionlessly, as though he had fused with the hell. Suddenly, the figure released purple lights that purged away the surrounding darkness, revealing a face with a silver mask. It was the martial Tao prime body. A purple halo surrounded the body of the martial Tao prime body, and runes circulated on it in a mysterious and powerful manner. A moment later, the purple halo suddenly expanded and enveloped the gigantic secret chamber. Before long, the purple halo retracted rapidly and entered the body of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body stood up with 2 purple flames burning in his eyes. His aura had already reached its peak. A perfected true martial Tao body. When he was at greater mastery of the true martial realm, the martial Tao prime body could suppress ordinary minor Grotto Heaven immortal kings barehanded in melee combat. However, if an immortal king expert released his minor Grotto Heaven, it would be difficult for the martial Tao prime body to suppress him. Back in the Fiend Cave, the reason why the martial Tao prime body could kill a few Fiend Kings was because that was the tomb of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, and no Grotto Heavens could be released. But now that the true martial Tao body was perfected, the martial Tao prime body speculated that he could probably crush minor Grotto Heavens with his physique and blood chi alone. In reality, the martial Tao prime body had yet to advance to the next realm of the martial Tao that corresponded to the Grotto Heaven realm. However, in terms of strength, the perfected true martial Tao body of the martial Tao prime body could already suppress minor Grotto Heaven immortal kings. Of course, if he was up against supreme immortal kings with major Grotto Heavens, it would still be difficult for the martial Tao prime body to defend once the Grotto Heavens were released. The difference between a minor Grotto Heaven and a major Grotto Heaven seemed like a single word. However, the difference in strength was immense. The martial Tao prime body left Avicii and arrived above Tai Wei Mountain, punching the void casually. Creak! The void trembled and cracks appeared. Given the current strength of the martial Tao prime body, he could tear through the void at any moment and teleport a long distance, even without the help of the hell suppression tripod. Initially, this was a power that only Grotto Heaven realm experts could control. The martial Tao prime body tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, teleporting back to Tianhuang's sect. As though he sensed something, Heavenly Wolf's ears twitched, and he opened his eyes warily. He saw the martial Tao prime body descending above Tianhuang's sect. Everyone, please head to the Tianhuang Hall. I've got something to discuss. The voice of the martial Tao prime body entered the ears of Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath and the others with extreme precision. The 7 emotions fiend generals exited seclusion at the same time. Tianhuang Hall. What? When he heard the decision of the martial Tao prime body, Heavenly Wolf was suddenly shocked and shrieked, "You're going to the 9 firmament meet!" Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath and the others frowned with grim expressions as well. It won't just be the immortals of the 9 firmament immortal domain at the 9 firmament meet. The monks of the pure land of bliss will be present as well. The Thunder Monarch said in a deep voice, "I heard that the 2 domains even sent more than 20 supreme immortal kings and more than 100 ordinary immortal kings for this 9 firmament meet. They have a large force, and they're not taking things lightly." The Thunder Monarch had a blood feud with the great Jin immortal kingdom. His son, daughter-in-law, and even his best friend, perfected immortal burial knight, were killed by the great Jin immortal kingdom. However, the Thunder Monarch had not made any moves all these years. That was because the Thunder Monarch knew that given the current strength of Tianhuang's sect, they could not fight against the great Jin immortal kingdom. Right now, he only had a minor grotto heaven and could not fight against King Jean, who had a major grotto heaven. Furthermore, the great Jean immortal kingdom was located in the divine firmament immortal domain. If any faction of the fiend domain attacked the great Jean immortal kingdom, divine firmament palace would not sit by idly. Even the other sects and factions of the divine firmament immortal domain would most likely stand out. The Thunder Monarch knew that Tianhuang's sect was only at its nascent stage. In terms of foundation and strength, they were far inferior to heaven-grade factions such as the Great Jean Immortal Kingdom, let alone the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. And now, by heading to the 9 Firmament Meet, the Martial Tao Prime Body was not only going against the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, but the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, and even the pure land of bliss. This was no different from striking a stone with an egg. It's fine. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, I had another breakthrough in my seclusion this time round. Everyone was invigorated and delighted. The Thunder Monarch scanned the Martial Tao Prime Body with his spirit consciousness and revealed a puzzled expression. He could not tell the cultivation realm of the Martial Tao Prime Body. However, he could vaguely sense that the latter had yet to control the power of a grotto heaven. In other words, the Martial Tao Prime Body had yet to reach the grotto heaven realm. Can you defeat an immortal king? The Thunder Monarch attempted to ask. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, frankly, ordinary immortal kings are not a problem for me, but I can't win against supreme immortal kings. Wah. The Thunder Monarch hesitated. At the 9 Firmament Meet, there were more than 20 supreme immortal kings alone. However, when he saw the resolute gaze of the Martial Tao Prime Body, as though he had made up his mind, he did not persuade further and said in a deep voice, I'll go down and make arrangements to gather the army and prepare to head over together. There's no need. The Martial Tao Prime Body shook his head gently. I'll just bring 2 people with me to the 9 Firmament Meet this time round. Qiu Siluo and Gu Tongyu. Qiu Siluo's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly recalled something. Back when the Martial Tao Prime Body heard that Zither Immortal Meng Yao sent people to hunt them down in the Fiend Domain, he expressed his intention of standing up for them. It said that the 4 great fairies were all at the 9 Firmament Meet. Now that the Martial Tao Prime Body wanted to bring them along, it was definitely to take revenge for them. Gu Tongyu had a melancholic gaze and exchanged glances with Qiu Siluo. It was clear that he had guessed this as well. Qiu Siluo said hurriedly, Sect Master, both of us understand your intentions. However, you must not put yourself at risk for us. The Martial Tao Prime Body waved it off and interrupted Qiu Siluo. Your matter is only one of the reasons. I have another motive for heading to the 9 Firmament Meet. I'll go too. Yin Beichen said coldly. He did not ask the Martial Tao Prime Body why the latter wanted to head there, nor did he intend to. He merely knew that no matter what the Martial Tao Prime Body did or how strong his opponents were, he would choose to fight alongside the Martial Tao Prime Body. There's no way I'm going to miss such a lively event. Demoness Ji chuckled. Back in the Fiend Cave, both of us managed to escape death. What's there to fear for a mere 9 Firmament Meet? Amitabha. Ming Jin chanted the Buddhist proclamation softly. I'll go too. Heavenly Wolf was extremely resistant and was initially feigning ignorance at a corner. At that moment, when he saw everyone in the hall stand out, he could not help but roll his eyes. You guys just love to put on strong fronts. When the time comes, you won't even know how you're killed. Heavenly Wolf cursed internally before probing. Should I stay back and guard our base? The Martial Tao Prime Body did not give Heavenly Wolf any choices. In a flash, he rode on the ladder's back. All right, everyone follow me. Just watch from the side. Nobody is to attack without my orders. Brother Feng, please take care of the others when the time comes. The Martial Tao Prime Body added. Among everyone, The Thunder Monarch was the only one who could protect himself since he was already at the Grotto Heaven realm. After everything was arranged, the Martial Dao Prime Body brought the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals and left Tianhuang sect stealthily, heading in the direction of the Builder Tree. Chapter 2603. Chapter 2603. Threat. Chapter 2603. Threat. 8 days after the 9 firmament meet, at the peak of the Builder Tree, the morning light shone slowly on the Builder Tree and enveloped the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings. The names of the 20 paragons on the rankings shone brightly, representing supreme glory that countless cultivators looked forward to. From this day forth, only the top 100 cultivators of the perfected, immortal, and Arhat rankings, respectively, were qualified to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. Most cultivators could only stay on the peak of the Builder Tree. The 20 paragons on the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings had already recovered after a night of rest. They were invigorated and stood up one after another. Rank 2 of the perfected immortal ranking, Qin Su, walked straight towards the side of the divine firmament immortal domain. Initially, Yun Zhu was about to head to the Builder Tree. When she saw Qin Su walking over, she could not help but frown slightly. She glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and stopped in her tracks. Sensing something, Jun Yu stopped as well. Qin Su passed through the crowd and stood in front of Su Zimo, looking down at the latter, who was sitting on the ground. Su Zimo, Qin Su called out. Su Zimo was resting with his eyes closed. He had long sensed Qin Su's arrival but ignored him. It was only when Qin Su spoke that he opened his eyes slowly. He did not get up and merely asked indifferently, "Is there anything?" A cold glint flashed through the depths of Qin Su's eyes. As a prince, what sort of status did he possess? Furthermore, he was a perfected immortal who had just obtained rank 2 on the perfected immortal ranking. Yet, this heaven immortal from the lower worlds before him did not even stand up to greet him. Qin Su recovered quickly and smiled. "Su Zimo, I am here this time round to make a deal with you. For you, this will be something that will help you gain a meteoric rise." Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, as though he was unmoved. Through his spirit perception, he could sense the hostility in the depths of Qin Su's heart, although the latter was smiling. As a prince, Qin Su came from a noble background and had a powerful bloodline. He looked down on cultivators from the lower worlds from the bottom of his heart. Although it seemed like he was discussing a deal with Su Zimo, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Instead, it seemed like he was giving alms to Su Zimo. Qin Su said, "I'll get straight to the point. As long as you're willing to offer the pure jade manual, you'll be able to gain the friendship of the Qin family. No matter what happens in the future, you can look for me at Grand Firmament Palace. Of course, if you choose to leave Heaven and Earth Academy and join Grand Firmament Palace, I'll consider it as well. In fact, I can take you in as a disciple and teach you personally. You might even get the chance to cultivate the Dermic Tao of the Grand Pure Jade Manual." Su Zimo sneered internally. Qin Su wanted him to hand over the Pure Jade Manual with just a promise. Not interested. Su Zimo rejected without hesitation. Qin Su's expression darkened. Narrowing his gaze slightly, he said slowly, "You should know that I'm bent on getting my hands on the Pure Jade Manual in your possession. There are many ways for me to deal with you. You had better cherish this chance that I'm giving you, or it'll be too late for regrets." Qin Su was no longer concealing his motives and was even openly threatening him. "What are you trying to do?" Yun Zhu could not take it anymore. She stood in front of Su Zimo and mocked. "As a prince and a perfected immortal, how dare you threaten a heaven? Immortal, do you have any shame? Heaven and Earth Academy is not invisible, you know." Mo Qing stood out as well. Turning around, Jun Yu came before Qin Su with a cold gaze. "Qin Su, do you want to continue fighting? If you have the guts, don't get the immortal kings to save you this time round." In the blink of an eye, the 3 fairies stood out. One of them was even rank, one of the perfected immortal ranking this time round, the supreme perfected immortal, Junyu. The pressure on Qin Su increased exponentially. After a moment of silence, Qin Su shrugged his shoulders and suddenly smiled. "It's just a casual remark. Why are you guys taking it so seriously?" With that said, Qin Su turned and walked towards the builder tree. On the side of the pure land of bliss, Shi Wunyan looked in Su Zimo's direction deeply. Qin Su was not the only one. Shi Wunyan had noticed Su Zimo as well. The great Mount Meru seal was a secret skill exclusive to Mount Meru of the pure land of bliss. Su Zimo obtained the dermic formulation of the secret skill and was able to cultivate the great Mount Meru seal to such an extent. It was clear that he had obtained the legacy of an accomplished monk of the Buddhist monasteries. Since it was a legacy of the Buddhist monasteries, he should be the one most qualified to inherit it. The small commotion here calmed down before long. The 100 perfected immortals and 100 arhats moved one after another and arrived beneath the builder tree under countless envious gazes. After everyone sat down, a fairy from the elixir firmament immortal domain stood out and smiled gently. "There's plenty of time. There's no need for everyone to be in a hurry to cultivate. I'm good at tea and can serve a cup of fragrant tea for everyone." "All right. Sure, go." Rank 8 of the perfected immortal ranking burst into laughter. "I've long heard that Fairy Luo Hua's tea brewing skills are unparalleled. To think that we would be lucky enough to have a taste of it today." Qin Su, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and the others nodded as well. Shi Wunyan and the other arhats did not reject the immortal tea as well. Fairy Luo Hua smiled gently and took out a tea set that she had prepared long ago from her storage bag, brewing tea skillfully. The boiling spirit spring was injected with fresh tea leaves. It was misty, and the fragrance of the tea wafted into one's nose, refreshing one's mind. The people before them, especially the 20 paragons on the perfected immortal and arhat rankings, would be the future of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. If nothing went wrong, there was a high chance that the paragons on the 2 ranking lists would have a high chance of entering the Grotto Heaven realm to become immortal kings. For many people, this was a rare opportunity for them to build their networks. It was clear that Fairy Luo Hua was prepared for this. She wanted to get closer to everyone present, especially the paragons on the 2 ranking lists. Fairy Luo Hua handed the brewed immortal tea to the 20 paragons on the perfected immortal and arhat rankings personally. Thereafter, she sent the remaining immortal tea to the other cultivators, one after another. "Good tea." Sword Immortal Yu Hua savored it carefully and praised. "It's not bad indeed." Qin Su nodded slightly as well. "Unfortunately, there seems to be something missing." Right then, Meng Yao smiled gently. "Everyone, if you don't mind, let me play the zither as accompaniment. Do enjoy my music." "Amazing." Yun Mubai's eyes lit up as he clapped and smiled. Qin Su Zhuowuchen and even the arhats were invigorated. As one of the 4 great fairies, zither immortal Meng Yao's reputation far surpassed Fairy Luo Hua. Not many of the immortals and monks present had heard Meng Yao's zither before. Now that they had the chance to listen to this immortal music, even some arhats felt emotional, let alone the perfected immortals present. In reality, Meng Yao's actions were similar to Luo Hua's thoughts. The people before her were all top paragons and monster incarnates of the heavenly world. If she could get to know these people, it would raise her reputation to another level. The reason why few people could hear her zither was not only because she was proud. It was because most people were useless to her and were not worthy of her playing the zither. Chapter 2604, Chapter 2604, Unable to withstand a single blow. Chapter 2604, unable to withstand a single blow. Meng Yao sat on the ground and took out an ancient zither. She placed it horizontally across her knees, and her jade-like fingers brushed across the strings gently, letting out a faint, immortal sound. The moment the sound of the zither sounded, everyone was captivated and could not help but immerse themselves in it. Even the immortal tea in the hands of the cultivators became indifferent and tasteless. Although the sound of the ancient zither clearly sounded in the ears of the immortals and monks, everyone's hearts were unusually quiet. Their surroundings seemed to have become extremely empty, and only the sound lingered. Meng Yao plucked the strings with her left hand to create the notes, while fretting with her right. Her technique was complicated and varied, dazzling and filled with extreme precision. At times, the sound of the zither would be deep and distant, as though time was flowing, causing one to reminisce about the past. At times, it was like a heavenly sound and ethereal like an immortal. At times, it was faint and long, as though a fairy was whispering in one's ears. At times, it would be dignified and solemn, like a gigantic bell. After a long time, a song ended and lingered. The immortals and monks were still immersed in it and could not snap out of their stupor for a long time. Even June nodded to herself. Although she despised certain behaviors of Meng Yao, she could not help but admit that the latter was indeed outstanding in terms of the Zither Tao. She was truly worthy of the title of the Zither Immortal. Qin Se clapped and praised. I've long heard that the Zither Immortal songs are untainted by the mortal world and comparable to heavenly music, and the lingering sound can even reside in one's mind for 3 days continuously. Now that I'm hearing it for myself today, you're truly worthy of your reputation. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. Meng Yao smiled gently. Amitabha. Shi Wunyan murmured softly. Patron, the sound of your zither is moving. Impressive, impressive. Many immortals and monks stirred awake and praised. Although Meng Yao looked humble and calm, she was extremely smug internally. After the song, Meng Yao instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Fairy Luo Hua's immortal tea had already been forgotten by the immortals and monks. Although Fairy Luo Hua was indignant, she did not dare to express it and could only sit back down. When Yunju saw that, she smiled indifferently and was not surprised. She was in the divine firmament immortal domain with Meng Yao and was also a princess of an immortal kingdom. They had long known each other, and she knew more about Meng Yao. No matter where Meng Yao went, she had a way of being the center of attraction to steal the limelight. Apart from Yunju, Mo Qing was also unaffected by Meng Yao's zither. Yunju looked at the quiet Mo Qing beside her and smiled. Mo Qing seemed to have a way of immersing herself in her own world, and no one could affect her. Beneath the builder tree, the perfected immortal and arhat rankings were high and above. The paragons were gathered in a heroic manner and conversed about the world. There were even fairies all around with the soothing sound of the zither. It was a scene that one would yearn for enviously. Yun Mubai, rank 6 of the perfected immortal ranking, praised. In my opinion, fellow Taoist Meng Yao is not only the zither immortal of the divine firmament immortal domain, but also the 9 firmament immortal domain, and even the entire heavenly world. That's right. Sword immortal you, Huan nodded and said as well. Even compared to ancient masters of the Zither Tao, fellow Taoist Meng Yao is not inferior and even surpasses them. Rank 2 of the Arhat ranking, Wu Gaoni suddenly said, I heard that a zither fiend has appeared in the fiend domain as well in this generation. She is said to be rather accomplished in the Zither Tao as well. At the mention of the zither fiend, the smile on Meng Yao's face clearly froze. But soon she returned to normal. I know a little about this zither fiend. She was originally from the divine firmament immortal domain. In a ruin, she stole an ancient zither that I took a liking to and escaped to the fiend domain without returning since. Qin Se raised his brow slightly and asked, What zither fiend? Why haven't I heard of her before? It's just a nobody. Sword immortal you, Hua, smiled faintly. I heard that she's just a heaven immortal. She's not worth mentioning, and fellow Taoist Meng Yao is on a completely different level from her. Qin Su sneered. A heaven immortal is worthy of being called the Zither Fiend. Seems like the Fiend domain is truly lacking in talents. Suddenly, Lin Lei said, I heard that the Zither Fiend's cultivation isn't weak. With her Tao companion, she's one of the 7 emotions Fiend generals of Tianhuang sect. Tianhuang sect. The hearts of the cultivators skipped a beat when they heard that. Apart from Emperor Bo, Sun, and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, the most notorious entity in the Fiend domain in recent years was Tianhuang sect. It wasn't because Tianhuang sect was strong, but because the sect master of Tianhuang sect was truly terrifying. The supreme perfected fiend, Desolate Marshal. Zhuo Wuchen pouted his lips slightly. The so-called 7 emotions fiend generals are nothing to fear. Apart from Feng Cantian, who is a fiend king, the rest of them are merely heaven immortals. On the other hand, I heard that the sect master of Tianhuang sect, perfected, fiend Desolate Marshal, is rather capable. He caused a huge ruckus at the Immortal Peach Banquet in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain and killed thousands of perfected immortals, as well as the city lords of the 5 immortal cities. Fairy Jialan suddenly asked, I heard that when this person underwent tribulation transcendence, he attracted the 10th perfected one heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's true. Ha! Qin burst into laughter. Those rumors were merely created by a bunch of ruffians from the Fiend domain trying to boost his reputation. Who would believe them? Even the great emperors in history only attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly. Tribulation. How is Desolate Marshal qualified to attract the 10th heavenly? Tribulation? Exactly. Sword immortal you, Huan nodded as well and glanced at Mo Qing, who was not far away. See, junior sister, I've long told you that this matter is way too ridiculous and can't be true. I believe it's true. Mo Qing did not argue with him and merely replied indifferently. Lin Lei said in a deep voice, regardless of whether the 10th heavenly tribulation is real or fake, Desolate Marshal's methods are indeed terrifying. Back then, I witnessed with my own eyes how the 5 city lords of the immortal cities could not withstand a single blow from him. When they heard that, the expressions of the paragons on the perfected immortal and Arhut rankings darkened. The city lords of the immortal cities were all experts with a chance of fighting for the perfected immortal ranking. When Lin Lei said that the 5 city lords could not withstand a single blow from Desolate Marshal, wasn't he implying that they could not withstand a single blow either? HMNH. Qin Su harumphed coldly and mocked. That's someone from the lower worlds for you. A coward who is easily intimidated by others. What did you say? Lin Lei questioned loudly with a furious gaze. Shi Wunyan smiled gently. Desolate Marshal is the supreme perfected fiend, but our 2 domains also have our supreme perfected immortal and supreme Arhut. Patron Lin Lei, why do you have to raise the reputation of others at the cost of ours? In the battle of the Fiend Cave, all the news pointed to Fiend Emperor. Apocalypse, and almost no one paid attention to Desolate Marshal's existence. None of the cultivators knew that Desolate Marshal was present at that time and even killed a few immortal kings in the Fiend Cave. June Yu glanced in the direction of the Fiend domain and said slowly, no matter what, Desolate Marshal is a powerful and terrifying opponent. If there's a chance, I want to fight him to see who's stronger. June Yu loved to fight by nature and had just obtained the title of the Supreme Perfected Immortal. There were not many cultivators who were qualified to be her opponent. As the Supreme Perfected Fiend, Desolate Marshal was one of them. Qin sneered and stood up, pointing in the direction of the Fiend domain as he shouted, If Desolate Marshal dares to step foot into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I'll kill him single-handedly without you guys even making a move. Supreme Perfected Fiend? 10th Tribulation? In front of me, he'll be the one who won't be able to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Right then, a voice sounded from the depths of the fiend domain. Chapter 2605. Chapter 2605. Confrontation. Chapter 2605. Confrontation. When they heard that voice, the cultivators beneath the builder tree shuddered and looked over. Mo Ching shuddered, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? Was it him? He actually dared to come. Instinctively, Mo Ching looked at Yunju beside her inquiringly. At that moment, Yunju was a little stunned as well. Clearly, she could tell who it was and nodded to Mo Ching. Mo Ching was only truly certain after receiving Yunju's reply. She looked in the direction of the fiend domain hurriedly as well. There was a bottomless immortal fiend abyss between the immortal and fiend domains. The builder tree was rooted right in the middle of the abyss. It was said that this abyss was created by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse in his rage back, then using the destruction axe, and almost split the heavenly world into two. It was lucky that the builder tree existed and connected the two domains with countless roots. That was why the heavenly world was not completely separated. In the immortal fiend abyss, there were layers of fog that blocked one's vision and spirit consciousness. In the direction of the fiend domain, through the vast fog, a few figures could vaguely be seen walking over, becoming clearer. Yun Zhu turned to look at Su Zimo, who was at the peak of the builder tree in confusion. Even with her thoughts, she could not figure out why Su Zimo would ask Desolate Marshall to rush over at this time. What was Desolate Marshall trying to do? Right now, it was the 9 firmament meet where paragons of both domains were gathered. There were also a group of immortal kings holding down the fort. Even if Desolate Marshall could suppress the perfected immortals of the 2 ranking lists single-handedly, how could he face the 100-odd immortal king experts present? Furthermore, there were more than 20 supreme immortal kings among them. Although Desolate Marshall possessed the Hell Suppression Tripod and could break through the void and leave this place at any moment, if the immortal kings joined forces to seal the void, that method of leaving would be severed completely. On the peak of the builder tree, many immortal kings sensed it as well and stood up one after another, looking in the direction of the fiend domain. Before long, a group of cultivators walked out of the fog. Their leader wore purple robes and a silver mask. He rode on a gigantic heavenly wolf demon beast and walked over slowly. The man and mount walked at the front, exuding a tremendous pressure. Desolate Marshall of the fiend domain. Many perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament immortal domain recognized the Marshall Tao Prime body right away and said hatefully, sounding both shocked and afraid in their tones, "It's Desolate Marshall." The immortal kings present exchanged glances and frowned in surprise as well. Naturally, the immortal kings had long heard of the name Desolate Marshall. However, this was the first time for most of them to see the Marshall Tao Prime body. Their spirit consciousnesses scanned the Marshall Tao Prime body countless times, but could not detect his cultivation realm. However, through the aura revealed by the Marshall Tao Prime body, the immortal kings could roughly determine that the Marshall Tao Prime body had yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and was not even at the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. In the eyes of the immortal kings present, Desolate Marshall alone was not worth mentioning. It was mainly because of Emperor Bo Sun who was backing Desolate Marshall that the immortal kings were wary. Why was Desolate Marshall here? Was his action representative of the intentions of Emperor Bo Nun? Was Emperor Bo Sun nearby? The immortal king experts of the 2 domains exchanged glances and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Both sides decided to hold back for the time being and observe Desolate Marshall's next actions. Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly. She found out about Desolate Marshall's true identity from the human monarch, Lin Zhan. Therefore, she glanced at Su Zimo subtly. Even she could not guess the purpose of Desolate Marshall's trip. However, she was only slightly relieved when she saw Su Zimo's calm expression, as though he was prepared. Beneath the builder tree, the perfected immortal experts were shocked and stood up one after another. They looked at the Marshall Tao prime body, who was walking over slowly with unfriendly expressions, and were on guard. Desolate Marshall was the most notorious fiend in the fiend domain in recent years, and none of the cultivators dared to be careless. June Yu locked her gaze on the Marshall Tao prime body with fighting spirit in her eyes. Shi Wunyan glared at the Marshall Tao prime body fixedly as well. There was a playful and interested look in his eyes, as though he wanted to make out something from the latter. Unfortunately, the Marshall Tao prime body wore the Mara mask and seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious fog that no one could see through. Behind the Marshall Tao prime body, 6 other cultivators arrived side by side. The cultivator on the left was tall and had long hair. As he strode forward, he exuded a heroic aura, and his gaze was like lightning. It was Thunder Monarch. Heavenly Wrath, Fong Cantillon. Fong Cantillon had changed quite a bit over the years. However, many immortal kings on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain recognized him right away. When immortal Queen Linglong saw this old friend from Tianhuang mainland, she was excited and delighted. She even wanted to get up right away. However, Fong Cantillon, who was separated by the immortal fiend abyss, shook his head slightly in her direction. Immortal Queen Linglong took a deep breath and did not act rashly. Immortal King Sanya of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom harumphed coldly. To think that it's Fong Cantillon. How dare he appear? He managed to condense a grotto heaven and is now an immortal king after all. He must have some tricks up his sleeves. Another immortal king said. Immortal King Sanya sneered. So what? He's just a minor grotto heaven. Immortal king, and his combat strength is limited. He's worlds apart from supreme immortal kings. Beside Fong Cantillon was a man with a cold expression. He dragged a long saber in his hands. It was Azura Yen Beichin. Beside Yen Beichin was a beautiful and flawless girl in a pink dress. She smiled at the sight of the 9 firmament meet and almost overturned the entire world. Many cultivators looked at the girl's smile and could not help but fall into it. Evil Tao of the fiends and demons. An immortal king expert hollered and used a sound domain secret skill to wake many cultivators up. Demoness Ji was not angry as she chuckled and winked at the cultivators. Every single move, frown, and smile of hers was filled with charm. Furthermore, it was imperceptible, as though it came from the depths of her heart and was revealed naturally. A young monk stood beside Demoness Ji. His eyes were clear and bright, seemingly filled with endless wisdom. Ming Zhen. On the side of the pure land of bliss, someone from the Buddhist monasteries recognized Ming Zhen and murmured in shock, "He's not dead." Back then, apart from Ming Zhen, the group of monks who entered Avicii were all buried there. Everyone thought that Ming Zhen was dead as well. To think that he was still alive and had even joined Tianhuang's sect and the fiend domain. Beside Ming Zhen was a man and a woman. The man held a jade flute and had a melancholic expression. The woman carried an ancient zither in one hand and held the man's arm with the other, her eyes filled with love. From afar, it looked like an immortal couple had arrived gracefully. It's them. When the Zither Immortal saw the couple, her expression turned cold and killing, intent flashed through the depths of her eyes. The sect master of Tianhuang sect, Desolate Marshall, appeared at the 9 firmament meet with his 7 emotions fiend generals. This was also the first time he appeared in front of a group of cultivators, and the visual impact was extremely strong. There were clearly not many people on the other end. Even with Desolate Marshall's mount, there were only 8 of them. However, the 8 of them were not disadvantaged in terms of aura against the experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. Chapter 2606. Chapter 2606. Stepping in. Chapter 2606, Stepping In. Feng Cantillon made a name for himself in the heavenly world hundreds of thousands of years ago and obtained the title of the supreme, perfected immortal at the 9 firmament meet. Now that he had entered the grotto heaven realm and become an immortal king, such a massive lineup could not suppress him at all. As for Heavenly Wolf, his former master was Emperor Bo-Sun, and he had been up against more fearsome lineups. Everything before him was nothing much. Since he had already come this far with no way out, why should he be afraid? Who are the few people beside Feng Cantillon? It should be the 7 emotions, fiend generals of Tianhuang's sect. Over the years, they have also risen to fame in the fiend domain. So, among the 7 emotions fiend generals, apart from Feng Cantillon, who is an immortal king, the rest are only heaven immortals. Fufu, I thought that they were all incredible experts. Many cultivators on the peak of the builder tree discussed. At the 9 firmament meet, most of them were experts at the perfected immortal realm. Naturally, they did not take Yen Bei-chin and the other heaven immortals seriously. What is Desolate Marshal and Feng Cantillon doing here with a few heaven immortals? Could it be that a mere Tianhuang sect wants to go against our 2 domains? Fufu, that's if Desolate Marshal is tired of living. In the eyes of the immortals and monks, Desolate Marshal and the others on the other end of the immortal fiend abyss were truly too weak and were not worth mentioning. There were more than 100,000 perfected immortal experts and more than 100 immortal kings gathered at the 9 firmament meet. If the immortals swarmed forward together, they would probably drown Desolate Marshal and the others instantly. A cultivator lamented. However, Desolate Marshal sure is bold to dare to come to the 9 firmament meet with just a few people. The ignorant are always fearless. Another person disagreed. Beneath the builder tree, Desolate Marshal, how dare you appear at the 9 firmament meet? Qin Su looked at Desolate Marshal with a cold gaze and said slowly, "Do you think that the 9 firmament meet is like the peach banquet where you can come and go as you please?" Qin Su had the supreme perfected immortal, supreme Arhat, and 200 top-tier perfected immortals by his side. Furthermore, he had a group of immortal kings holding down the fort. Naturally, he was fearless. Zhuo Wuchen withdrew his dustless sword and flicked the blade gently with his finger, letting out a clear sword hum as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, I heard that you hold the title of Supreme. My dustless sword is keen on exchanging pointers with you." Sword immortal you, Hua smiled gently. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If he dares to come over, I'll let him witness my moon essence, sword first. Desolate Marshal, you're a violent and murderous fiend. If you dare to take a step into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I shall stand out to slay you and purify you into reincarnation. Rank 4 of the Arhat ranking, Suba said in a deep voice. Beneath the builder tree, the immortals and monks declared bold words with torrential auras. Mo Qing could not take it anymore and could not help but sneer. If you guys have the guts, why don't you dare to cross the immortal fiend abyss and fight him? Suddenly, the surrounding voices paused. Mo Qing's words struck everyone's sore spot. Although the immortals and monks looked confident, none of them dared to cross the immortal fiend abyss rashly and take the initiative to attack the martial Tao Prime body. Firstly, Desolate Marshal was notorious and was known as the supreme, perfected fiend. He once caused a huge ruckus at the Immortal Peach Banquet and caused a massacre in Langfeng City. That battle record was way too terrifying. Secondly, if they crossed the Immortal Fiend Abyss, it would mean that Desolate Marshal would get the initiative. Furthermore, there was an immortal king, Feng Cantillon, on the other end, who would dare to charge over rashly. Qin Su sneered, "Why should we go to the fiend domain? If Desolate Marshal has the guts, he should come to the 9 firmament immortal domain. I'll say it again. If Desolate Marshal dares to step into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I'll definitely make him spill blood on the spot by executing him." The moment he said that, on the side of the fiend domain, desolate Marshall glanced at Chiu Siluo behind him and nodded slightly. Thereafter, in front of everyone, desolate Marshall rode on Heavenly Wolf and crossed the immortal fiend abyss with zither fiend Chiu Siluo. In the blink of an eye, desolate Marshall had already descended on the side of the 9-firmament immortal domain and was heading in the direction of Qin Su and the others. Pissed, desolate Marshall truly dared to come over. The cultivators were shocked. Who was the one who wanted to spill my blood on the spot by executing me? The gaze of the Marshall Tao Prime body was cold as he surveyed the crowd opposite him with an intimidating aura. Apart from Jun Yu, Shi Wunyan, and the other cultivators on the perfected immortal ranking, everyone else averted their gazes and did not dare to meet his. The gaze of the Marshall Tao Prime body lingered on Qin Su. Instantly, Qin Su felt immense pressure. An indescribable fear shrouded his head, and he could not get rid of it. However, at that moment, he was already in a difficult position. Naturally, he could not take back the boast that he had just made. He could only grit his teeth and say in a deep voice, "I was the one who said it." "You." Before Qin Su could finish, the Marshall Tao Prime body had already attacked. This time round, his attack came without any warning. In a flash, the Marshall Tao Prime body left the back of Heavenly Wolf and arrived before Qin Su instantly. Without saying anything more to Qin Su, the Marshall Tao Prime body punched out. Nobody could describe how terrifying that punch was. His speed and strength had already reached their peak in that punch. Qin Su's pupils constricted in shock. There were many perfected immortals present, including the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat. However, at that moment, he felt that everyone around him seemed to have vanished. He was the only one left against the Marshall Tao Prime body. In reality, that was the case as well. The sudden attack of the Marshall Tao Prime body was so fast that none of the cultivators present could react. There were so many experts surrounding the place and immortal kings holding down the fort. Nobody expected desolate Marshall to come forth almost alone and even take the initiative to strike first. "I can't win. I can't defend against this." Instantly, those were the only thoughts in Qin Su's mind. The punch of the Marshall Tao Prime body made him feel a long-awaited aura of death. Even in the fight for the perfected immortal ranking, he never felt such a strong sense of danger against Jun Yu's astral imprisonment. Escape. Qin Su was extremely decisive. Without hesitation, he abandoned his physical body, and his essence, spirit, left his body. Carrying the Tao fruit and an ancient book, he fled into the distance. Bang! A single punch from the Marshall Tao Prime body shattered Qin Su's body. The terrifying punch emitted a scorching heat. Before the flesh could reconstruct, it was burned to ashes by the searing heat of the punch. A single punch destroyed Qin Su's body completely. That was not all there was to the power of that punch. Qin Su's reaction was extremely fast. However, the moment his essence spirit escaped from his body, Su Zimo's punch descended. While shattering his body, it enveloped his essence spirit as well. That punch seemed to collapse the surrounding void. No matter how Qin Su struggled, his essence spirit and Tao fruit could not escape and could only sink deeper. Just as Qin Su's essence spirit was about to be destroyed by a single punch from the Marshall Tao Prime body, the ancient book beside the Tao fruit suddenly shone with a resplendent light. A terrifying aura burst forth and helped Qin Su escape from danger. Chapter 2607. Chapter 2607. I'll give you a chance. Chapter 2607. I'll give you a chance. The ball of light released by the Grand Pure Jade Manual actually caused the palm of the Marshall Tao Prime body to feel a sharp pain. The Marshall Tao Prime body frowned slightly in surprise. The true martial Tao body had already been cultivated to the perfected realm, and the power that could cause him pain definitely did not come from Qin Su. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and quickly understood. As part of a taboo mystic classic, the Grand Pure Jade Manual was extremely precious. Although Qin Su had already obtained one of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual, the emperor backing him still left a seal on the ancient book to prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. The martial Tao prime body was calm. It was good if he could get his hands on the Grand Pure Jade Manual, but did not matter if he could not. His goal this time round was not the Grand Pure Jade Manual to begin with. With the help of the seal left behind by his father, Qin Su protected his essence spirit and carried the Grand Pure Jade Manual and Tao fruit back to the peak of the Builder Tree. He was scared out of his wits. If not for the seal left behind by his father, he would have died. Even so, he suffered immense losses. His body was destroyed by the martial Tao prime body and his flesh turned into ashes. He could not even use blood rebirth. The crowd was in an uproar. Nobody expected the martial Tao prime body to be so domineering that he would dare to attack a prince in front of everyone and even use a killing move. Less than that, no one expected that Qin Su would be forced to abandon his physical body and flee in panic after being unable to defend against a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. Qin Su was not only the son of an emperor, he was rank 2 of the perfected immortal ranking. If even he could not defend against a single punch from Desolate Martial, who else could be a match for him? Immortal King Long Night was enraged and suddenly stood up, glaring at the martial Tao prime body with a dark expression. The scene earlier on was way too sudden. It was too late for him to step in and save Qin Su. At that moment, Qin Su returned. Now, Immortal King Long Night no longer had sufficient reason to attack. After all, that was a fight between perfected immortals. As an immortal king, he cared about his dignity and could not attack Desolate Martial forcefully because of this. Furthermore, he was not certain of the situation on Desolate Martial's side right now and did not know if Emperor Bosun was nearby. As such, he did not dare to act rashly. The other immortal kings had the same thoughts. The fact that Desolate Martial dared to bring these people over and was so domineering and fearless meant that there was a high chance Emperor Bosun was nearby. Beneath the Builder Tree, Junyu, Shi Wunyan, and the other immortals and monks had grim expressions and were extremely tense. They glared at the martial Tao prime body fixedly, afraid that he would attack again. The punch from the martial Tao prime body earlier on shocked everyone as well. If they were in Qin Su's position, it would be difficult for them to escape death. While the immortals and monks were stunned by the aura of the martial Tao prime body and fell into silence, as the supreme perfected immortal, Junyu stood out decisively. Enduring the immense pressure surging over from Desolate Martial, Junyu asked in a deep voice, "Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain, may I know why you're here?" The martial Tao prime body merely punched Qin so casually and did not continue attacking. "I heard that your 2 domains are holding the 9 firmament meat, so I came to take a look." The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded a little deep through the silver mask. "At the same time, I've got some grudges to settle." "What grudges?" Junyu asked. "For the sake of an ancient zither, the zither immortal hunted down my subordinates, the zither and flute fiends, for many years. She even chased them all the way to the fiend domain." The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on Zither Immortal. "Meng Yao, do you think that Tianhuang sect is weak?" Meng Yao knew that she could not hide now that she was targeted by the martial Tao prime body, so she grit her teeth and stood out, asking, "Desolate Martial, what do you want?" "I'll give you a chance." The martial Tao prime body said indifferently, "Since you're known as the Zither Immortal, compete in zither skills with my subordinate, the Zither Fiend. If you win, I'll spare your life." "Humph." Meng Yao glanced at Chiu Siluo and sneered. What zither fiend? She's self-proclaimed, right? What rights does she have to compete with me in the zither? I forgot to mention something. The martial Tao Prime body did not explain and continued. If you refuse to compete, I'll beat you to death. You. Meng Yao was shocked and furious, rendering her speechless. From Desolate Martial's words, it was as though killing her was as simple as crushing an ant. As one of the 4 great fairies, she had always been admired by countless cultivators like a moon surrounded by stars. Everyone was always respectful at the sight of her, afraid that they would be rude. Now, not only did Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain treat her bluntly, he did not care for her beauty at all and said that he wanted to beat her to death. The most frightening thing was that this person did not have any reservations and was domineering. Meng Yao had no doubt that if she said no, Desolate Martial would attack without hesitation and kill her here. Junyu and the others frowned in confusion. The immortal kings on the peak of the Builder Tree had strange expressions as well. Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain was here to make Meng Yao compete with her zither skills. Meng Yao was known as the Zither Immortal and was naturally outstanding in the Zither Dao. The other party wanted to compete with Meng Yao in the Zither Dao. Fufu. Sword Immortal Yu, Hua chuckled and shook his head gently. How ridiculous! A grade 5 Heaven Immortal wants to challenge Zither Immortal Meng Yao, who is a perfected immortal. Chiu Siluo's cultivation realm was only at the grade 5 Heaven Immortal realm. The difference between her and Meng Yao was immense. In everyone's eyes, the two of them were on completely different levels. That's not fair, right? Mo Qing secretly sent a voice transmission to Yunju. Subconsciously, she was already on the side of the martial Tao Prime body and said worriedly, the difference in their cultivation realms is so great. How can the Zither fiend win? Yunju said deeply, if it's just a comparison of Zither skills, it doesn't have much to do with one's cultivation realm. All right. After a moment of silence, Meng Yao agreed before sneering. Since you guys are the ones asking to be humiliated, don't blame me. Meng Yao sat on the ground and placed the ancient zither horizontally across her knees. She looked at Chiu Siluo, who was not far away, and said, Come, let me see how strong you are. The moment she said that, Meng Yao's fingertips suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. Clang! A single zither sound was enough to release a chilling, killing intent. Instantly, the murderous aura on the battlefield spread and the surrounding temperature dipped. Meng Yao used her left hand to create the notes by pushing, pinching, kneading, humming, knocking, and calling. With her right hand, she strummed the strings of the zither through varied and complicated techniques such as plucking, propping, swiping, lifting, hooking, and brushing. Clang! Clang! The sound of the zither echoed continuously, turning more hurried. The immortals and monks beneath the Builder Tree seemed to be in a battlefield, surrounded by a massive army. They were ambushed on all sides with killing intents hidden. The zither song played by Meng Yao contained a strong killing intent. If the cultivators closed their eyes, they could sense that a massive army was charging over from Meng Yao's ancient zither with a deafening might. The cultivators were immersed in it and felt as though they were about to be trampled by the invisible army and sliced into pieces by countless sabers and swords. If the impact was already this strong for bystanders, it was even worse for Chiu Siluo, who was targeted by Meng Yao directly. Meng Yao's zither sound could be elegant and pleasant. Of course, it could also kill. Chapter 2608. Chapter 2608. Tier the ranking. Chapter 2608. Tear the ranking. Just as the emotions of the crowd were gradually stirred by Meng Yao's zither sound, a melodious sound of the zither sounded. The Zither Immortal and Zither Fiend were finally fighting. The sound of Chiu Siluo's zither was completely different from Meng Yao's. Meng Yao's zither sound was murderous and aggressive. There was no sharpness in Qiu Siluo's zither sound. Instead, there was a hint of reminiscence and memory. It was like the warm sun in winter shining down on everyone's hearts. In terms of zither technique, Meng Yao was indeed superior to Qiu Siluo. However, it was precisely because Meng Yao placed too much emphasis on the precision of her zither techniques that she was tainted with the aura of a craftsman and lacked a bit of piety towards the zither Tao. Meng Yao's zither was too utilitarian. She practiced the zither for fame, status, and connections. However, the reason why Qiu Siluo practiced the zither was because she liked it. Her zither carried her Tao, and its sound was moving. Meng Yao's song was a cold melody. However, Qiu Siluo's song contained her feelings. In the end, what truly touched one's heart was the deep emotion in the faint sound of the zither. Beneath the builder tree, the immortals and monks could not help but be immersed in Qiu Siluo's zither music. For a moment, they forgot where they were and could not help but reminisce about the past with different expressions. Images flashed through Emo Qing's mind. In Avicii, she suffered immense grievances and was bullied and humiliated. However, a purple-robed man with a silver mask suddenly appeared and said something to her. If there are people in the world who slander, bully, humiliate, laugh at, look down on, degrade, or hate you, there's no need for you to endure or explain yourself. Just kill them. A faint smile appeared on Emo Qing's face when she recalled that. Yun Zhu recalled that back in Avicii, a refined scholar carried her and escaped. There were only a few layers of clothes between the two of them, and it was inevitable that there would be some friction and contact as he sprinted. Yun Zhu lowered her head slightly and blushed. Shi Wunyan had a conflicted expression. Sword Immortal Yu, Hua seemed to have recalled something as his expression darkened and his arms trembled slightly. The perfected immortals and arhats were touched by the sound of Qiu Siluo's zither and fell into reminiscence, recalling the most unforgettable scenes of their lives. Some of them were in tears while others were delighted. Some were melancholic while others were smug. Some of them were dejected while others were invigorated. There was sadness, joy, sorrow, resentment, anger, and frustration. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were all within. Although Meng Yao's zither sound was still present, it was as though everyone could no longer hear it. Even Meng Yao herself fell into some sort of reminiscence. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had a sorrowful expression as a bead-sized tear fell from the corner of her eye. Piak! The tear fell onto the sound of her ancient zither. Although the sound seemed weak, it shocked Meng Yao. Her fingers could not control their strength, and with a bang, a zither string snapped. Her fingertips were cut and blood seeped out. That sound woke the immortals and monks up one after another. It was only then that everyone realized what had happened. When they were unprepared earlier on, they were completely immersed in Qiu Siluo's song and were affected by the emotions of the song. Even her opponent, Meng Yao, was not spared. Victory was decided in this zither competition. I was defeated. Meng Yao murmured in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her. Today's defeat was a huge blow to her. This meant that from now on, she was not worthy of the title of the zither immortal. All the glory she had once obtained would vanish into thin air. As a peak perfected immortal, she lost to a grade 5 heaven immortal. This matter would spread through the heavenly world within a few days. At that time, she would become the joke of the 9 firmament immortal domain. What the martial Tao prime body did was to defeat Meng Yao in her specialty. This was a devastating blow to Meng Yao's Tao heart. This was even more powerful than suppressing her directly in a head-on battle. Meng Yao sat on the spot dejectedly with a lost gaze as an ancient zither with a snapped string fell casually beside her. The martial Tao prime body leaped down from Heavenly Wolf and patted the ladder. indicating for him to carry Chiu Siluo back to the fiend domain first. Heavenly Wolf sensed that the martial Dao Prime body might make a huge move and was afraid that he would be implicated. He could not wait to leave and ran to Chiu Siluo's side hurriedly. June Yu looked at the martial Dao Prime body with a strong fighting spirit condensed in her eyes. She removed the astral chessboard on her back and said in a deep voice, "Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, I respect you for your guts. Against the paragons of the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings of 2 domains, you even dared to cross the immortal fiend abyss. Now I'll give you a chance as well, a chance for us to fight fairly. The perfected immortal and Arhat rankings of the 2 domains." The martial Dao Prime body raised his head slightly and looked at the 2 bedazzling ranking lists that hung high above the builder tree, saying indifferently, "In my eyes, your 2 ranking lists are nothing but jokes." Before his sentence was finished, the martial Dao Prime body merely raised his hand slightly without making any moves. Xing. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings that hovered above the builder tree were torn into 2 by a powerful external force. 2 torn ranking lists floated down slowly, and the light emitted by the names of the perfected immortals on them gradually dimmed. Wah! The cultivators were enraged. That action could no longer be considered as a provocation. It was a tight slap on their faces. In front of them, the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings were torn apart. To Desolate Marshal, the 2 ranking lists were merely jokes. Those words clearly showed that he did not take the paragons of the 2 domains seriously. How arrogant fiend! Audacious! Desolate Marshal, the blood feud of thousands of perfected immortals in the Jade, Firmament, Immortal Domain has to be repaid with blood! The blood of the immortals and monks surged. Even though they were afraid of Desolate Marshal's notorious reputation, they couldn't care less at that moment, and many people stood out. This time round, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was extremely smart and did not say anything. He could vaguely sense something. Right from the beginning, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had not even looked at him. However, he felt goosebumps all over, as though a calamity was about to descend at any moment. If not for his dignity, he would have left this place right away. The martial Dao Prime body could not find an excuse to target Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and was in no hurry. He was not only here today for Meng Yao and Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Desolate Marshal. Right then, Shi Wunyan spoke and asked slowly, "From what I know, the Hell Suppression Tripod is in your hands right now. And if it is?" The martial Dao Prime body asked without even looking at Shi Wunyan. Shi Wunyan took out a Zen staff from his storage bag and said in a deep voice, "The Hell Suppression Tripod is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries and must not be leaked. If you refuse to hand it over, don't blame the monks of the Buddhist monasteries for working together to suppress you." "That's right," Yun Mubai shouted as well. "There's no need to insist on having one-on-one fights with fiends of the Fiend Domain. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend for the sake of righteousness." The martial Dao Prime body was expressionless. The immortals and monks on the other end merely wanted to group up and attack him. Yet they had to dig out a dignified excuse for them to do so. That was perfect. He could kill Sword Immortal Yu Hua through the chaos without having to find a reason as well. Chapter 2609. Chapter 2609. Buddha Dragon Elephant. Chapter 2609. Buddha Dragon Elephant. Under Shi Wunyan's instigation, the immortals and monks beneath the builder tree glared at the martial Dao Prime body murderously, prepared to attack at any moment. With the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat at the front, what were they afraid of? Furthermore, there was a group of Immortal King experts holding down the fort at the back. If anything were to happen, the Immortal Kings and Heavenly Kings behind them would definitely not sit by idly. "Fiend, surrender!" Shi Wunyan hollered. At the same time, he slammed the Zen staff in his hands heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Coupled with the sound domain secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries released by him, the sound resonated and formed a powerful sound domain attack that was shocking. This was the top-tier sound domain dharmic formulation of the Buddhist monasteries' stern admonition. If one's cultivation was not high enough and they were unprepared, their Tao hearts might collapse if they were struck by stern admonition. The deeper one's comprehension of Buddhism, the stronger this sound domain dharmic formulation would be. In the battle for the Arhat ranking previously, Shirwunyan suppressed all other top-tier perfected immortals with stern admonition alone. Naturally, Shirwunyan did not expect to suppress Desolate Marshal with just stern admonition. However, it was enough as long as Desolate Marshal revealed any openings. He would seize the opportunity to release his strongest methods and attack Desolate Marshal. At that time, the other cultivators in the group would attack. Even with a single divine power, secret skill, or spirit treasure each, no matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, he wouldn't be able to defend against them. However, to Shirwunyan's disappointment, Desolate Marshal did not seem to have any reaction when he released his stern admonition. The silver mask was cold, and the eyes beneath it were as deep as the ocean and mysterious as the starry skies. "You're too noisy." The Marshal Tao Prime Body glanced at Shirwunyan and said indifferently, no matter how strong Shirwunyan was, he was only the supreme Arhat. A dharmic Tao of this level had no effect on the perfected, true Marshal Tao. Bogey at all. Before his sentence was finished, the Marshal Tao Prime Body suddenly attacked. Without any unnecessary movements, he merely strode forward and punched in Shirwunyan's direction. That punch was like a volcano eruption as raging tides slammed onto the shore. Instantly, it was as though the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking with an apocalyptic scene. Pissed, Shirwunyan was horrified. He finally understood why Chin-Su was willing to abandon his body and turn to flee against Desolate Marshal's casual punch. This punch that suffocated him should not have existed in this world. How could a human possess such power? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Shirwunyan's mind. Enveloped by that punch, he even wanted to turn and flee. But soon he made a decision. He could not escape. Chin-Su turned and fled. He managed to survive thanks to the grand pure jade manual and the power of the seal left behind by an emperor. His physical body was abandoned and completely crippled. If he made the same choice, he might not even be able to survive. The only way he could survive was to release all his trump cards without holding back and choose to defend against Desolate Marshal's punch while waiting for the reinforcements of the other cultivators. It was not as though Shirwunyan did not have any powerful trump cards. In fact, in the competition for the Arhat ranking, no one was able to force him to use his full strength and release this trump card. At that moment, he had no other choice. Peerless divine power, Buddha Dragon Elephant. Shirwunyan clasped his palms together and chanted Sanskrit, turning dignified and inviolable. Suddenly, majestic and divine Buddhas appeared around him. They were indomitable and had already materialized, emitting a blinding golden light and a tremendous might. The Kasaya on every single Buddha, facial features, and even the fine wrinkles on their faces, brows and eyes were extremely clear, as though Buddhas had descended. The Buddhas chanted Buddhist sutras that reverberated through the world endlessly. At the same time, divine dragons circled around the Buddhas, and gigantic divine elephants appeared one after another. The divine dragons roared, and the divine elephants trumpeted. It was a divine power of the Buddhist monasteries, Buddha Dragon Elephant. This is. On the peak of the builder tree, the green lotus true body's heart skipped a beat and his gaze intensified when he saw that. Back in Tianhuang mainland, during the final battle against Tao, Lord Bloodfiend, he was lucky enough to see this divine power from Monk Daming. However, in Tianhuang mainland, Buddha Dragon Elephant was a supreme divine power. Furthermore, that supreme divine power could only be comprehended if one had extremely high attainments and deep comprehension of Buddhism. Monk Daming's Buddha Dragon Elephant was extremely similar to Shi Wunyan's. However, there were some differences. The green lotus true body was at the peak of the builder tree and was far away, so he could not see everything clearly. With a thought, he secretly released the spirit consonance art and established a connection with the martial Tao prime body. Through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body, he observed the divine power personally and deduced it at the same time. For that reason, the force of the martial Tao prime body's fist paused for a moment and did not continue pummeling down. If not for that, the punch of the martial Tao prime body would have turned this so-called peerless divine power and all the Buddhas, dragons, and elephants into ashes alongside Shi Wunyan. However, everyone else had a different understanding of his actions. In the eyes of the other cultivators, Desolate Marshal had released a punch. Thereafter, Shi Wunyan released his peerless divine power and clashed head-on. Both parties were in a stalemate and were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell who was stronger right away. The immortals and monks were invigorated, and their fear of Desolate Marshal decreased. At the very least, the scene before them proved that Desolate Marshal was not that strong and invincible. Sword Immortal Yu, Hua, heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. Desolate Marshal may be the supreme perfected fiend, but fellow Taoist Shi Wunyan is the perfected Arhat. They're not that much different. The others had the same thoughts. Only Chess Immortal Jun Yu frowned with a confused expression. As the only perfected immortal among everyone present who had mastered a peerless divine power, her senses were more accurate than others. Although Shi Wunyan's Buddha Dragon Elephant seemed powerful and terrifying, it should not have reached the level of a true peerless divine power. His Buddha Dragon Elephant merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Similar to Yun Ting's immortal vanquishing sword, it was a quasi-peerless divine power. How could Desolate Marshal be in a stalemate with a single quasi-peerless divine power? Jun Yu felt that the scene before her was a little strange. As the supreme, perfected immortal, she naturally could not be bothered to join forces with others. She merely watched coldly from the sidelines and frowned. I see. On the battlefield, the two true bodies that had established a connection through the spirit consonants are deduced at the same time and quickly analyzed the secret of Shi Wunyan's Buddha Dragon Elephant. Indeed, there was a high chance for Buddha Dragon Elephant to become a peerless divine power. However, raising this divine power to the level of a peerless divine power did not only require a deep comprehension of Buddhism. One had to reach an extremely high level in the divine powers and secret skills of the dragon and elephant races. Only by fusing the starkly different dharmic Taos of the Buddhist monasteries, the dragon and the elephant race into one, could Buddha Dragon Elephant become a true peerless divine power. Chapter 2610 Chapter 2610 Massacre Chapter 2610 Massacre In Tianhuang mainland, almost all the Buddhas, divine dragons, and divine elephants conjured by Monk Daming's Buddha Dragon Elephant were phantoms. As for Shi Wunyan's divine power before him, the Buddhas had already materialized, as though their true bodies had descended. It was the same for the divine dragons. They circled around the Buddhas and rode on clouds, no different from true dragons. Only the divine elephants beside the Buddhas did not materialize, although they looked lifelike. Instead, they were phantoms that were less robust and agile. Su Zimo was certain that Shi Wunyan had extremely deep attainments in the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries and the dragon race. However, he did not have a deep understanding of the dharmic Tao of the elephant race and did not meet the requirements. Therefore, his Buddha Dragon Elephant merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power and was not considered a true peerless divine power. Su Zimo was delighted when he deduced the secret of the Buddha dragon elephant. The green lotus true body cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Therefore, he definitely had no issue with the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries. As for the essence spirit of the green lotus true body, it was synthesized with the dragon phoenix essence spirit to begin with and controlled many divine powers and secret skills of the dragon race. In terms of comprehension of the dharmic Tao of the dragon race, he had even surpassed many true dragons. He had dabbled in the dharmic Tao of the elephant race as well. His innate divine power, the six-tusked divine strength, came from the elephant race. Furthermore, back in the emperor's tomb, after killing Feng Xian, he obtained a high-quality cultivation technique, the divine elephant breathing technique. It also contained many dharmic Taos of the elephant race. Back then, Feng Xian relied on this cultivation technique to attract the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation to ascend. He even cultivated the bloodline of the divine elephant and was extremely strong. After the green lotus true body obtained this cultivation technique, he cultivated for many years as well and comprehended something. In other words, the foundation of the Buddha dragon elephant that he cultivated even surpassed Shi Wunyan. There was a high chance that he could cultivate Buddha dragon elephant into a peerless divine power. In the eyes of others, Shi Wunyan and Desolate Marshal were in a stalemate. However, nobody expected that Su Zimo was deducing and comprehending the dharmic Tao of Buddha dragon elephant in that few breaths. On the battlefield, Shi Wunyan looked at the clear and bright eyes of the martial Tao prime body beneath the silver mask and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. He did not think too much about it and sneered, "That's all there is to the supreme, perfected fiend. You're still restrained by my peerless divine power. Your Buddha dragon elephant is not at the level of a peerless divine power." The martial Tao prime body said indifferently, "So what?" Shi Wunyan said, "A single quasi-peerless divine power is enough to defend against you. You're way too naive." A mocking look flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. When he saw that gaze, Shi Wunyan suddenly felt uneasy. "Everyone, not are you waiting Torque hurry and attack and join Torques to rill this fiend." Without hesitation, Shi Wunyan growled. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao prime body suddenly sounded in his mind. "Shi Wunyan, if you want to discuss Buddhism with me, do it in your next life. You are." As though he recalled something, Shi Wunyan's pupils constricted and he was shocked. He had only told a single person that he wanted to discuss Buddhism. Rank one of the heaven ranking, Su Zimo of the divine firmament immortal domain. Instantly, as though he understood many things, he looked at the martial Tao prime body with shock and fear. His mouth was agape, as though he wanted to shout or say something. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. After Su Zimo deduced the secret of Buddha dragon elephant, Shi Wunyan was no longer of any use to him. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body exerted strength, and his initially idle fist released a shocking divine power once more, shattering Shi Wunyan's Buddha dragon elephant with ease. Poof! The martial Tao prime body smashed Shi Wunyan's head with a single punch, and a blood mist spread, destroying his essence spirit on the spot. The supreme Arhat Shi Wunyan was dead. At that moment, the divine powers, secret skills, spirit treasures, and weapons of the immortals and monks beneath the builder tree had already descended, attacking the martial Tao prime body in an overwhelming manner. Apart from Yun, Zhu, Mo Qing, and Lin Lei, almost all the perfected immortals and arhats released their strongest attacks. Sword shadows appeared one after another from the dustless sword, and its sharpness was revealed. It was filled with a pure sword intent, as though it wanted to cleanse the world of all dust. Shi Gu gripped his gigantic dagger axe with both hands and charged toward Su Zimo. Yun Mubai summoned his 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. a silver-white umbrella that could be used both offensively and defensively. It opened up all of a sudden, and the sharp edge of the immortal umbrella spun rapidly, slicing towards the martial Tao prime body. The experts on the Arhat ranking summoned their sentient dermic treasures, one after another, and released their divine powers and secret skills with ferocious attacks. 0M, Ma, and I, Pa, Me, Hum. Many Arhats chanted Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries at the same time, forming an incomparably vast sound domain secret skill. They interacted and resonated, causing their might to increase as they surged towards the martial Tao prime body. Scram! Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar in the direction of the many Arhats. Instantly, millions of living beings seemed to appear behind the martial Tao prime body and shouted at the immortals and monks present in a deafening manner. Bang! 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 Dozens of cultivators beneath the builder tree could not defend against the impact and were shattered by the roar of the martial Tao prime body. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Some cultivators were shocked to death on the spot, and their essence spirits were destroyed. The cultivators beneath the builder tree were the top 200 paragons of the two domains and the strongest perfected immortals. Even so, none of them could defend against the impact of the sound domain attack. A single roar had already destroyed the attacks of the immortals and monks. Of course, under the deliberate control of the martial Tao prime body, Yun Zhu, Mo Qing, and Lin Lei were almost unaffected. The attacks released by the cultivators almost collapsed before they even landed on the martial Tao prime body. By the time the dustless sword approached, the sword technique was already flickering and its strength was depleted. The martial Tao prime body grabbed the dustless sword in reverse and exerted strength in his palm. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The dustless sword was shattered into pieces by the palm of the martial Tao prime body and scattered on the ground. Zhuo Wuqin's expression changed starkly. The dustless sword was a grade 9 pure yang spirit treasure. To think that it would be snapped by desolate martial's bare hands. What sort of power was that? After the martial Tao prime body broke the sword, he punched in reverse. Zhuo Wuqin's eyes widened, and he could not dodge the incoming punch, no matter what. Bang! Zhuo Wuqin was turned into a blood mist by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. Before he could splatter on the ground, he was burned to ashes by the searing heat contained in the fist of the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed. At that moment, the Arhats closed in as well. Without even looking, the martial Tao prime body punched back. Poof! That punch caused the void to collapse. 5 Arhats fell into it and could not break free, enveloped by the fist force of the martial Tao prime body. Poof! 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 All 5 Arhats died, killed by a single punch of the martial Tao prime body. Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611. Defeating Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2611. Defeating Grotto Heaven. The situation had changed way too suddenly. Earlier on, Desolate Marshal and Shi Wunyan were evenly matched. To think that Shi Wunyan would be killed by a single punch from Desolate Marshal in the blink of an eye. Shi Wunyan's defeat came too quickly and suddenly. The immortal king experts on the peak of the builder tree could not react for a moment. The heavenly kings of the pure land of bliss were shocked and enraged when they saw that. Shi Wunyan was from Mount Meru of the pure land of bliss. He was the strongest of the Buddhist monasteries in this generation and had just been conferred the title of the Supreme Arhat. Who would have thought that Shi Wunyan would be killed on the spot by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain the second day after obtaining the title of the Supreme Arhat? Shi Wunyan would most likely become the Supreme Arhat who died the fastest in history. By the time the heavenly kings returned to their senses, the battle had already broken out. The martial Tao prime body attacked consecutively, and none of the perfected immortal paragons of the two domains were his match. Blood flowed like rivers beneath the builder tree. The 200 perfected immortals and arhats who could cultivate beneath the builder tree could be considered as the future, foundation, and hope of the two domains. They were the most outstanding successors of the major sects and factions. When they saw the paragons and successors die one after another, the immortal kings and heavenly kings of the major sects and factions could no longer sit still. No matter what, they had to save their successors first. If Desolate Marshall were to continue pushing forward, not many of the 200 perfected immortal paragons would survive. The supreme immortal kings of the two domains maintained their composures. It was enough for ordinary immortal kings to step in for something like this. If a supreme immortal king were to step in just to deal with a supreme perfected fiend, it would be too much. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to take advantage of the chaos to kill Sword Immortal Yuhua in the crowd, 3 immortal kings and 4 heavenly kings descended and blocked his path. 7 Grotto Heaven Realm experts arrived on the battlefield and released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure, locking onto the figure of the martial Tao prime body. Fiend, hurry and stop. The lust for blood is boundless, but you can still repent. Lay down the butcher's knife, and you shall gain the chance of redemption to become a Buddha. A heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries chanted Sanskrit and raised his wooden mallet at the same time, knocking heavily on the wooden fish in his hands with a heart-wrenching sound. 2 other immortal king experts extended their palms and suppressed the martial Tao prime body as well. Against the attacks of Grotto Heaven Realm experts, the martial Tao prime body did not retreat, but advanced instead. With a cold harumph, he raised his fist and punched twice, colliding against the palms of the 2 immortal king experts. When they saw that, a ridiculous and strange feeling rose in the hearts of the cultivators. They did not know if Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was a lunatic or out of his mind. Wasn't he committing suicide by fighting against immortal king experts barehanded? Bang! Bang! The 2 immortal kings attacked at an extremely fast speed, but retreated even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 immortal kings were sent flying by 2 punches from the martial Tao prime body. The 2 immortal kings were shocked. The moment they collided with the martial Tao prime body, they felt an almost destructive divine power surge into their bodies wildly. The 2 of them could not defend against it at all. Creak! The 2 immortal kings felt a sharp pain in their arms, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Under countless gazes, the flesh on the arms of the 2 immortal kings were torn, and their bones were broken into pieces, bursting into a blood mist. Their organs were shaken violently as well as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with dispirited expressions. Pissed. The cultivators gasped in shock. During normal cultivation, immortal king experts would use the grotto heavens they condensed to nourish their bodies and bloodline. Their physiques were strong, and their strength was shocking, far surpassing the perfected one realm. But now, 2 immortal kings were severely injured by 2 punches from a perfected fiend in melee combat. What sort of power was that? How strong was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain? The remaining immortal king and 4 heavenly kings were shocked by what happened as well. The 5 Grotto Heaven Realm experts had a tacit understanding and summoned their minor Grotto Heavens without hesitation. Boom! 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 The 5 Grotto Heaven Realm experts released their minor Grotto Heavens and did not dare to hold back at all. They channeled their immortal king realm combat strength to the peak. The troublesome and terrifying nature of the methods of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had already exceeded their imagination. They did not want to suffer a huge loss in the hands of Desolate Marshal in front of everyone. The martial Tao Prime Body looked at the immortal king and 4 heavenly kings with a cold gaze and a shuddering sinister aura. Immediately after, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood qi, and the deafening sound of a tsunami echoed from his body as his aura surged. 2 purple flames burned in his eyes as well. They were deep and bright and could not be ignored. The next moment, the martial Tao prime body strode forward once more and punched out against the 5 Immortal King experts. That punch enveloped the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings. It exploded like fire and surged like the sea. Although that punch seemed simple, it condensed all the Dharmic Tao and will of the martial Tao. It was unyielding and resisting. It was true to the heart and allows one to exact revenge and repay gratitude as they pleased. This was a simple punch without any unnecessary movements. The Tao was simplicity itself. The prime body's fist was the martial Tao. All the Dharmic Tao and power of the perfected, true martial Tao body were gathered on that punch. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body collided with the 5 grotto heavens opposite him, and the surrounding void trembled. Immediately after, the gazes of the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings changed gradually. The 5 of them looked at the martial Tao prime body in shock and fear, as Tanane were 100K oneing at a Goa. Bang! Boom! Right in front of everyone. The grotto heavens that the 5 of them had just propped up were crushed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body and collapsed into nothingness. Wah! The cultivators widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. This scene had already exceeded the understanding of the cultivators. The power of the supreme perfected fiend could already cross the perfected one and grotto heaven realm to reach such a terrifying level. Even the supreme immortal kings on the peak of the builder tree stood up instinctively in shock. Given their sharpness, they could naturally tell that Desolate Martial's punch earlier on did not involve the power of a grotto heaven. In other words, Desolate Martial of the fiend domain had yet to advance to the grotto heaven realm. That punch merely made use of the power released by his body and bloodline. Even so, it was already so terrifying. Although the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings had only condensed minor grotto heavens, the minor grotto heaven was still the strongest technique of grotto heaven experts. How could it be destroyed by a single punch? Even for them, it was difficult for them to do that without releasing their major grotto heavens. When the 5 minor grotto heavens collapsed, the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings were shocked. They no longer dared to stand in front of the martial Tao prime body as they retreated hurriedly to avoid him. 7 grotto heaven experts had just charged forward when they were dispersed by a few punches from the martial Tao prime body. The moment the 7 immortal kings retreated, the perfected immortal paragons beneath the builder tree were exposed to the martial Tao prime body once more. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Pissed. Instantly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt his hairs stand on end and his scalp tingle. Even his body no longer seemed to be within his control. He was targeted. Chapter 2612. Chapter 2612. You re not my match. Chapter 2612. You re not my match. Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt extremely wronged. Under the instigation of Shi Wunyan, Zhu Wuchen, and the others, more than half of the cultivators beneath the builder tree attacked the martial Tao prime body. There were very few cultivators who did not attack the entire time, and he was one of them. Yun, Zhu, and Mo Qing knew the martial Tao prime body and would naturally not attack. As the supreme perfected immortal, Junyu was embarrassed to join forces with others and did not move. The reason why Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not attack was simple. It was because his sixth sense was telling him that a huge calamity was about to befall him. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, he had a feeling that Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain was going to make a move on him. The reason why Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not attack was because he was afraid that he would do something that would give Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain a reason to attack. However, he did not expect that, although he behaved himself and did not lay a single finger on Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain, he was still targeted in the end despite having no feud with the latter. Sword Immortal You, Hua was puzzled, indignant, and aggrieved. Earlier on, Desolate Marshal unleashed his fiend nature, and even immortal kings of the Grotto Heaven realm were severely injured by him. What could a rank 9 of the perfected immortal ranking like him do? Desolate Marshal could probably crush him with a single finger. Sword Immortal You, Hua, was in no mood to defend. Without hesitation, he turned and fled while shouting for help in the direction of the peak of the Builder Tree. Trying to escape. The Marshal Tao Prime Body sneered, and in a flash, sped towards Sword Immortal You Hua at an extremely fast speed. No one dared to stop him wherever he passed. Right then, a figure flashed before him, mysterious as though it was carrying a vast starry sky on its back. The Supreme Perfected Immortal, Junyu, had appeared. She was unwilling to join forces with others to deal with the Marshal Tao Prime Body. Right now, she was the only one who dared to stand out and block the path of the Marshal Tao Prime Body as well. When she saw that, Mo Qing was alarmed and worried about Junyu's safety. After all, in her opinion, Desolate Marshal was fearless in his actions. He came from the Fiend domain and was decisive to kill. Even immortal kings who stood in his way were suppressed by him. What could Junyu do? Don't worry. Right then, Yunju's voice sounded in Mo Qing's mind with conviction. Nothing will happen to Junyu. Yunju knew the identity of the Marshal Tao Prime Body. That was the reason why she was certain that the Marshal Tao Prime Body would definitely not hurt Junyu. When he saw Junyu blocking his way, the Marshal Tao Prime Body paused for a moment and said indifferently, "You're not my match." Before his sentence was finished, the Marshal Tao Prime Body had already attacked. Unlike his previous attacks, this time round, the Marshal Tao Prime Body did not release any apocalyptic punch. He merely closed two fingers and formed a finger sword, piercing towards Junyu's glabella. Before the finger sword arrived, Junyu felt her glabella swell slightly and a sharp pain. Indeed, he's very strong. Junyu thought to herself. Against Desolate Marshal, she did not dare to hold back either. She conjured hand seals with both hands and pointed gently in the direction of the Marshal Tao Prime Body, shouting softly, "Astral imprisonment!" Junyu did not hold back and released that peerless divine power right away. A powerful and mysterious power descended instantly. Everything in the space could not move and the passage of time could not be sensed. The air around the Marshal Tao Prime Body seemed to have quietened down instantly. However, before long, a purple halo burst forth from the perfected, true Marshal Tao Body. It shone with countless mysterious runes, and the Marshal Tao Prime Body broke free from astral imprisonment instantly. To be precise, he did not break free. That peerless divine power did not affect the Marshal Tao Prime Body much. The entire situation was like a chess game. Junyu was disadvantaged after that single move. The Marshal Tao Prime Body had already arrived before Junyu, and his finger sword hovered above her glabella, ready to spit out sword chi with killing intent at any moment. In a flash, Junyu moved diagonally to the back. Her movement technique was strange and extremely mysterious. The 9 palace subtle steps of immortal Queen Linglong. Speed was not the focus of the 9 palace subtle steps. However, in a battle, one could often survive through deadly situations and find new openings. Junyu released the 9 palace subtle steps and intended to distance herself from the Marshal Tao Prime Body for the time being before making further plans. However, the moment Junyu dodged to the side, the Marshal Tao Prime Body moved and followed her, as though he was tearing through the voids. The two of them were almost one after another, and there was no gap between them. The finger sword of the martial Tao prime body was still hovering above Jun Yu's glabella. Jun Yu's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly released the 9 palace subtle steps once more, wanting to break free from the pursuit of the martial Tao prime body. However, the martial Tao prime body followed suit like a shadow. How is that possible? Jun Yu was alarmed. Desolate Martial could resolve the 9 palace subtle steps and even follow them. I've already said that you're not my match. The martial Tao prime body emphasized once more. In a flash, he chased in the direction of Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Don't leave. The outcome has yet to be decided. Jun Yu took a step forward, wanting to stop the martial Tao prime body. However, she suddenly felt a trace of warmth flowing down from her glabella. Instinctively, Jun Yu touched it and her hands were filled with blood. Her glabella was pierced. In other words, earlier on, Desolate Martial could have pierced her essence spirit if he had taken a single inch forward with his finger sword. However, why did Desolate Martial not kill her, although he had already gone on a rampage? Jun Yu could vaguely sense that Desolate Martial seemed to treat her differently. At the very least, he did not release overly ferocious and terrifying attacks. Instead, he held back. Suddenly, Jun Yu felt a sense of helplessness. The difference between them was way too great. In front of Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain, even her fighting spirit was suppressed so badly that she could no longer raise her head fully. Although there was a slight delay, the martial Tao prime body was extremely fast. Just as Sword Immortal Yu Hua was about to arrive at the Builder Tree Mountain range, he caught up to the ladder. Phew! Without a second word, the martial Tao prime body punched out. Suddenly, in the void beside Sword Immortal Yu Hua, a crack appeared and a white-haired old man appeared in a flash. He glared at the martial Tao prime body and shouted, "Fiend, how dare you injure a disciple of our academy?" The Grand Elder of Heaven and Earth Academy had descended. Although the Grand Elder of the Academy was old, he had a major grotto heaven after all, and was a supreme immortal king. When he saw that ordinary immortal kings could not stop the martial Tao prime body at all, the Grand Elder of the Academy could not sit still and could only appear personally. No matter what, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was the #1 legacy disciple of the Academy, and they could not afford to lose him. The Grand Elder of the Academy extended his slightly scrawny palm and clenched it into a fist, channeling his bloodline to collide with the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Bang! The fists collided with a dull sound of defeat. Neither of them retreated a step back. A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body as he looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was escaping wildly towards the peak of the Builder Tree. He channeled his essence spirit and circulated his divine powers and dermic arts, pointing at Sword Immortal Yu Hua from afar. Eternal damnation! A peerless divine power was released. The martial Tao prime body rarely used divine powers or secret skills in battle. It was not because he had not mastered them, but because most of the time there was no need for him to do it. His divine powers and secret skills were long fused into his true martial Tao body. The moment the martial Tao prime body released a divine power, it was a peerless divine power that caused a commotion. Sword Immortal Yu Hua turned back with a pale expression and despair in his heart. Given his strength, he could not withstand the peerless divine power at all. Furthermore, eternal damnation was even more terrifying than astral imprisonment in terms of killing power. The Grand Elder of the Academy was held back by the martial Tao prime body and could not extricate himself for the time being. He could only wave his robes and release a powerful secret skill that charged towards eternal damnation. Chapter 2613. Chapter 2613. Punishment. Chapter 2613. Punishment. Eternal damnation originated from the final heavenly tribulation of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations. A myriad of heavenly tribulations transformed into countless runes that emitted a destructive aura and descended, covering the skies densely. There was the formation tribulation, residency tribulation, destruction tribulation, emptiness tribulation, fire tribulation, water tribulation, wind tribulation, weapon tribulation. Each tribulation evolved into countless minor tribulations, 3 calamities, 9 catastrophes, and 10 negative karma tribulations. Like a tsunami of heavenly tribulations, they surged and devoured towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Instantly, an apocalyptic scene appeared above Sword Immortal Yu Hua's head. In the tsunami of heavenly tribulations, Sword Immortal Yu Hua trembled slightly and looked incomparably insignificant. The sharpness of the true essence on his body was already torn into pieces. Sword Immortal Yu Hua endured the pressure with bloodshot eyes. As though he was giving it his all, he channeled his Tao fruit essence spirit and condensed his true essence, releasing divine powers and secret skills one after another. However, his divine powers and secret skills surged into the tsunami of heavenly tribulations like a rock entering the sea. They did not cause any ripples and vanished in the blink of an eye. In the face of the peerless divine power, all his counterattacks were insignificant. Right then, the secret skill of the Grand Elder of the Academy descended, and a heavenly encompassing palm appeared above Sword Immortal Yu Hua's head, supporting the surging tsunami of heavenly tribulations. Although the peerless divine power was strong, the martial Tao Prime body was restricted by his cultivation realm, and eternal damnation could not injure a supreme immortal king like the Grand Elder of the Academy. However, the tsunami of heavenly tribulations surged continuously, wanting to flow through the gaps between the fingers of the heavenly encompassing palm and continue to threaten Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Humph! The Grand Elder of the Academy harumphed coldly and suddenly exerted strength in his heavenly encompassing palm, gripping it into a fist. Boom! The tsunami of heavenly tribulations suddenly exploded, and a loud bang sounded in midair. The grab of that heavenly encompassing palm contained the terrifying power of a supreme immortal king and destroyed the divine power of eternal damnation instantly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was right beside the heavenly encompassing palm and eternal damnation. The aftershock of the collision of the two powers surged and formed a storm that engulfed him instantly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua shrieked. Although eternal damnation was destroyed by the Grand Elder of the Academy, there were still many dilapidated heavenly tribulations and damaged runes that retained the dharmic Tao of the peerless divine power. Naturally, such a dharmic Tao posed no threat to an immortal king. But Sword Immortal Yu Hua was only a perfected immortal and could not defend against it at all. If the Grand Elder of the Academy had not chosen to fight eternal damnation head-on and merely blocked it, Sword Immortal Yu Hua would have had a chance to escape. However, the Grand Elder of the Academy chose to take the peerless divine power head-on. The aftershock spread, and it was too late for Sword Immortal Yu Hua to escape. In the blink of an eye, wounds appeared on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's body. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen, and some of them even revealed his organs in a shocking manner. The most tragic thing was that one of Sword Immortal Yu Hua's arms made contact with a shattered rune of the weapon tribulation, and it was forcibly severed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua fell to the ground, and his body convulsed continuously, letting out a tragic cry. He was covered in blood and did not even look like a human anymore. When the Grand Elder of the Academy saw the tragic state of Sword Immortal Yu Hua, his expression changed. He propped up his major grotto heaven and repelled the martial Tao Prime body, arriving beside Sword Immortal Yu Hua instantly. The Grand Elder of the Academy took out a few immortal pills and sent them into Sword Immortal Yu Hua's mouth. Thereafter, he conjured hand seals consecutively and released a few healing secret skills that struck Sword Immortal Yu Hua. It hurts. After a few healing secret skills, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's cries turned even more tragic. His body convulsed, and his injuries showed no signs of healing. Perhaps because the immortal pills had some effect, or because of the few healing secret skills of the Grand Elder of the Academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed to have regained a momentary clarity as he looked at the Grand Elder with a pleading expression. "It's too painful. Hurry, kill me and give me a swift death." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's voice trembled slightly. Looking at Sword Immortal Yu Hua at the foot of the mountain, the cultivators gasped and shuddered when they heard the terrifying, tragic cries. Eternal damnation. That's way too terrifying. Once he's struck by that peerless divine power, no injuries can be healed. At this rate, Sword Immortal Yu Hua won't be able to hold on for long and will be tortured to death by his injuries. One of the 3 great sword immortals of the divine firmament immortal domain and rank 9 of the perfected immortal ranking. To think that he would end up in such a state today. When the immortals and monks saw that, they were filled with emotions. Initially, everyone felt pity for Shi Wunyan and the others when they saw desolate Marshall kill them with a single punch. But now, compared to Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Shi Wunyan and the others might have been lucky to die without any pain. Another person sighed. If he had known earlier, Sword Immortal Yu Hua wouldn't have escaped. He would have chosen to be punched to death by desolate Marshall instead of suffering such pain and torture. Although Mo Qing was long displeased with Sword Immortal Yu Hua, she could not help but shake her head and sigh gently when she saw him in such a tragic state. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had once said in front of her, "If desolate Marshall dares to appear in front of me, I'll definitely sever his facade and destroy his myth with a single slash." Those words seemed to have happened yesterday. It was a little ironic when she recalled that scene. Back then, even Sword Immortal Yu Hua himself had not expected that he would truly encounter desolate Marshall and end up in such a state. Although there were many cultivators present, apart from Yunju, there was probably no one else who knew why desolate Marshall targeted Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua targeted Su Zimo repeatedly and even joined forces with outsiders to try and kill him. If he killed Sword Immortal Yu Hua directly, it would be letting the latter off too easily. The only way to punish him was to let him die in pain and torment. At the side of the green firmament immortal domain, Lin Luo looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was covered in blood and screaming repeatedly, and frowned slightly. "Mother, is there no way to dispel eternal damnation?" Lin Luo asked. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Of course there is, but it's very difficult unless Yu Hua can comprehend the secrets of the Grotto Heaven realm and become an immortal king. Judging from his current situation, it's difficult for him to survive, let alone attempt to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm." Lin Luo asked again, "Eternal damnation is only a peerless divine power after all. Can't the immortal kings purge and suppress that power?" "Of course we can." Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Any immortal king present can purge eternal damnation as long as they summon their Grotto Heaven. However, at the same time, Yu Hua won't be able to survive and will be crushed to death by the power of the Grotto Heaven." The dermic Tao of eternal damnation had already fused into every single wound on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's body. If his essence spirit wanted to escape, it would be struck by the power of eternal damnation. Purging eternal damnation from him meant that his body, bloodline, and even eternal damnation would be suppressed and crushed. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Ling Long changed the topic. "However, nothing is absolute. If there's an immortal king whose Grotto Heaven condenses endless life force, it might be able to help him dispel eternal damnation and save his life. However, there are extremely few immortal kings like that. At the very least, I've never heard of an immortal king in the heavenly world possessing such a Grotto Heaven." Chapter 2614. Chapter 2614, A Slap. Chapter 2614, A Slap. The Grand Elder of the Academy looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was in pain, with a conflicted and hesitant expression. He raised his palm, slowly, but it hovered in midair, unable to descend. Killing Sword Immortal Yu Hua and giving him a swift death so that he would not be tormented by eternal damnation might just be the best outcome for him. However, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was the #1 legacy disciple of the Academy after all, and the Grand Elder could not bring himself to do it. Yu Hua, if I send you back to the Academy, the sect master might be able to save your life. As for... The Grand Elder of the Academy hesitated and did not continue. He did not wish to continue inflicting blows on Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Even if the sect master of the Academy could save Sword Immortal Yu Hua's life, he would be more than half crippled. Sword Immortal Yu Hua might even be inferior to many legacy disciples in the future, let alone advance to the Grotto Heaven realm to become an immortal king. Furthermore, this blow would have a huge impact on Sword Immortal Yu Hua. From now on, the title of Sword Immortal Yu Hua in the divine firmament immortal domain, and even the entire heavenly world would be completely destroyed. The Grand Elder of the Academy sighed gently and tore through the void with Sword Immortal Yu Hua, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy. Apart from him, there were more than 100 ordinary immortal kings and more than 20 supreme immortal kings watching. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain could not escape at all. For the Grand Elder of the Academy, it was more important to save Sword Immortal Yu Hua. On the side of the green firmament immortal domain, although immortal Queen Linglong was still seated a far distance away, her upper body was slightly straightened and she had a grim expression, looking tense. Su Zimo, if your aim was to suppress the Zither Immortal this time round, you have already achieved your goal. You should leave as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Immortal Queen Linglong sent a voice transmission to the Green Lotus True Body on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain and reminded secretly with her spirit consciousness. There's no hurry. Su Zimo replied. Immortal Queen Linglong frowned slightly and reminded again. You have to understand that now that you have injured and forced back ordinary immortal kings, the supreme immortal kings present can no longer sit still. You just fought with the Grand Elder of the Academy. You should know that the difference in strength between ordinary immortal kings and supreme immortal kings is extremely great. I saw that you didn't gain any advantage in your clash with the Grand Elder of the Academy. In fact, I'm afraid you were even disadvantaged. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. Indeed, the power of my martial Tao Prime body is not enough to go against supreme immortal kings yet. One more thing. Immortal Queen Linglong continued. The situation here is unlike Langfeng, City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Back then, there were no immortal kings holding down the fort, and you could leave with your help. Suppression tripod at any time. However, at this moment, the supreme immortal kings present can't sit still any longer. If these people join forces and seal the void, you won't be able to. Leave this place, even if you want to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod to break through the void. Sealing the void was something that Immortal King experts could do. Immortal Queen Linglong was afraid that Su Zimo might not understand the pros and cons fully, so she reminded him. Since Immortal King experts could break through the void, they could naturally join forces to seal the void to prevent other Immortal King experts from leaving casually. Once the 20-odd Supreme Immortal Kings present attacked and sealed the void, even if Immortal Queen Linglong joined the fray, she would not be able to escape with the martial Tao Prime body. At that time, no one would be able to save the martial Tao Prime body. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Linglong. It would be best if these Supreme Immortal Kings joined forces to seal the void. I was even afraid that they would be wary and not dare to attack the martial Tao Prime body. Immortal Queen Linglong was smart and could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to be implying something. However, She could not figure it out right away and said exasperatedly, "You killed perfected immortal paragons of the two domains so domineeringly, and even injured a few immortal kings. Even if they have reservations, they can't sit by idly and let you do whatever you want. Do be careful." Immortal Queen Linglong reminded again. On the battlefield, the martial Tao Prime Body did not stop the Grand Elder of the Academy from taking sword immortal Yu Hua away. His heart skipped a beat and his expression turned cold when he sensed the commotion behind him. The martial Tao Prime Body released his spirit consciousness and gathered the remaining eternal damnation Dharmic Tao in his palm, turning it into a dark red light. Immediately after, he retreated and sped in the direction of the immortal fiend abyss. After the outcome for the Zither competition between the Zither immortal and fiend was decided, Heavenly Wolf obeyed the orders of the martial Tao Prime Body and carried Chiu Siluo in the direction of the fiend domain. Thereafter, a huge battle broke out beneath the Builder Tree, and the martial Tao Prime Body went on a massacre. Out of curiosity, Heavenly Wolf turned around and looked back while heading towards the immortal fiend abyss at a slightly slower speed. Just as the martial Tao Prime Body was fighting against the Grand Elder of the Academy, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, who was initially still slumped on the ground in a daze, suddenly snapped out of her stupor. It was as though she had regained consciousness instantly. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Chiu Siluo, who was in the distance, with deep jealousy in her eyes. Swoosh! In a flash, Meng Yao chased after Chiu Siluo with a cold and murderous expression. When Heavenly Wolf saw Meng Yao chasing after them, he could not help but jump in shock and sprinted towards the immortal fiend abyss hurriedly. However, his and Chiu Siluo's cultivation realms were only at the heaven immortal realm. In terms of speed, they could not compare to Meng Yao, who was at the peak of the perfected immortal realm. Just as he was about to reach the immortal fiend abyss, Meng Yao caught up to him. "Your Zither skills can't compare to mine at all." Meng Yao looked at Chiu Siluo on the back of the Heavenly Wolf and felt endless indignance as she shrieked. "The reason why you can defeat me is because of the soul-reaping Zither. This ancient Zither should have been an opportunity for me. As long as I kill you and retrieve the soul-reaping Zither, I will still be the Zither Immortal and one of the 4 great fairies." There was no fear on Chiu Siluo's face. Instead, there was a hint of pity in the way she looked at Meng Yao. "Do you really think that your defeat was because of an external object?" Chiu Siluo asked softly. Those words pierced Meng Yao's chest like a sharp blade. She shuddered. As Chiu Siluo had said, she knew very well in the depths of her heart the reason why she was defeated. She blamed everything on the soul-reaping Zither because she was unwilling to face it. "I don't care." Meng Yao grit her teeth. "I want to take back what is mine." Meng Yao was not only referring to the soul-reaping Zither, but also all of the glory and reputation that once belonged to her. "Die." Meng Yao channeled her Tao fruit and a halo appeared behind her head. Her spirit consciousness condensed and she released an essence spirit secret skill at Chiu Siluo. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Meng Yao. Her essence spirit secret skills collided against the silver mask on the figure's face and seemed to ripple before vanishing. The martial Tao Prime Body had arrived. "You." When Meng Yao saw the mask and looked at the pair of eyes burning with purple flames behind the silver mask, her expression changed and she was so scared that she could not speak. The martial Tao Prime Body was expressionless as he raised his hand and slapped Meng Yao. A scarlet light flashed in his palm and entered Meng Yao's cheek. That was the remnant of eternal damnation. Chapter 2615. Chapter 2615. Other Schemes. Chapter 2615. Other Schemes. Piak! The slap of the martial Tao Prime Body sent Meng Yao flying dozens of feet away. Initially, Meng Yao thought that she would definitely die. After all, She had just witnessed the methods of the martial Tao Prime Body, and he could even kill Shi Wunyan with a single punch. Even the minor grotto heavens of immortal kings were shattered. No matter how tough her head was, she could not defend against the power of desolate martial slap. However, when she was sent flying, her ears buzzed and her vision blurred. She composed herself and sat up. She was not dead. A fiend like desolate martial actually knew how to cherish women. Instantly, Meng Yao's mind was filled with thoughts. However, she quickly noticed something unusual. Many cultivators in the surroundings looked at her strangely with a hint of fear and pity. Some cultivators were even unwilling to meet her gaze and averted it. Right then, Meng Yao finally felt a tearing pain on her cheek. Instinctively, she touched it and her palm was filled with blood. Such superficial wounds had no effect on perfected immortals at all. Meng Yao channeled her essence, spirit, Tao fruit, and circulated her bloodline, wanting to heal the injuries on her cheek. However, she quickly realized that the wound on her face could not heal. Even after she consumed a large number of immortal pills, there were no signs of recovery. Although the blood flow from the wound had stopped for the time being, there was a menacing scar on her face. Her bright red flesh was overturned and her initially beautiful face was completely torn apart. Anyone who saw that face would only feel fear and would definitely not associate her with the heavenly four great fairies. At that moment, Meng Yao finally understood why the surrounding cultivators were looking at her strangely. The two reasons why she was able to become one of the four great fairies were because of her superb zither skills and her devastatingly beautiful face. Those were also the reasons why she was proud. But now, desolate marshal of the fiend domain had appeared and destroyed two of her most valued elements. Everyone knew in their hearts that what desolate marshal just did was even more terrifying than killing zither immortal Meng Yao directly. This outcome was a fate worse than death for Meng Yao. In reality, after eternal damnation was struck by the secret skill of the Grand Elder of the Academy, and more than half of it was absorbed by Sword Immortal Yuhua, there was not much power left in the Dermic Tao. Even so, it left an irrecoverable scar on Meng Yao's face. "You've ruined me. Why are you so cruel to me? I have no feud with you at all." Meng Yao sat in the mud with disheveled hair and a lost expression. She murmured softly with listless eyes. The blow to her this time round was way too great. In fact, the martial Tao Prime Body even killed her chance of making a comeback. The beauty and zither Tao that she relied on was crippled by the martial Tao Prime Body. She lost all her dignity today, and her past glory vanished into thin air. In less than half a day, she fell from her high and mighty pedestal into a bottomless abyss where she could not see the light of day. Right then, on the other side, Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath rushed over when he saw that Chiu Siluo was in danger. However, by the time he arrived, the martial Tao Prime Body had already dealt with Meng Yao. "Zimmel, let's go. Today's matter has ended." Foam Cantillon looked at the group of immortal kings opposite him and felt uneasy as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Although he was fearless, he did not want to die here foolishly. In the future, he was going to kill his way back to the divine firmament immortal domain and take revenge on King Jean and his heir. "Brother Foam, take them back first." The tone of the martial Tao Prime Body was calm, as though he did not notice any danger. "We'll leave together." Foam Cantillon insisted. The martial Tao Prime Body said, "Take Heavenly Wolf and Chiu Siluo back to the other side first. Remember, don't attack no matter what happens later on." "You." Foam Cantillon could tell that there seemed to be a deeper meaning in the words of the martial Tao Prime Body. He did not ask in detail and merely nodded. He led Heavenly Wolf and Chiu Siluo to leap through the immortal fiend abyss and return to the fiend domain. "Isn't the sect master coming back yet?" Gutongyo's eyes were melancholic and worried. Feng Cantillon pondered for a moment. The sect master should have other motives. Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly. Beneath the builder tree, the top 200 perfected immortal paragons of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss seized the opportunity to disperse and flee far away. There were only a few people who remained on the spot. Among them were the 3 great fairies, Book Immortal Yunju, Painting Immortal Mo Qing, and Chess Immortal Junyu. The martial Tao Prime Body walked slowly towards the builder tree. The immortal kings were secretly alarmed and tore through the void one after another, blocking in front of the martial Tao Prime Body. They were on guard and nervous. All the immortal kings witnessed what happened earlier on. A single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body shattered the grotto heavens of 5 immortal kings. How far had desolate Martial cultivated to? The many immortal kings could clearly tell that desolate Martial did not have the aura of the grotto heaven realm. However, the power he released was even above the ordinary immortal kings. On the peak of Builder Tree, the 20-odd supreme immortal kings exchanged glances and stood up slowly, emitting a tremendous might that surged over. Immortal Queenling Long glanced sideways at Su Zimo of the divine firmament immortal domain. At that moment, Su Zimo had a calm expression, as though he could not sense any danger. If you want to leave, this is your last chance. Immortal Queen Ling Long hesitated for a moment and could not help but send a voice transmission with yet another reminder. She could not divine everything about the martial Tao Prime Body, nor could she guess his intentions. Don't worry, Senior. Su Zimo's voice was calm, and he did not explain further. The martial Tao Prime Body looked at the 20-odd supreme immortal kings on the peak of Builder Tree, and suddenly said, "Why? Are the supreme immortal kings of the 2 domains prepared to attack?" Prince Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain was crippled, and Immortal King Long Night was enraged. At that moment, his gaze was dark as he said, slowly, "Desolate Martial, how dare you come to the 9 Firmament? Meet and start a massacre. If we let you leave alive, where will our dignity go?" "That's right." Immortal King Qingyang raised his voice and said, "You claim to be the supreme perfected fiend, but in reality, you're already an immortal king expert who can defeat those with minor grotto heavens. It won't be considered bullying if we attack you. Desolate Martial, there's no need for you to try and escape from this place." Immortal King Qi Ping sneered. "I don't mind telling you that the void here has already been sealed by us. Even if you summon the Hell Suppression Tripod, you won't be able to escape back to Avicii." Amitabha. Heavenly King Luo Xin of the Pure Land of Bliss clasped his palms together and chanted the Buddhist proclamation softly. "Desolate Martial, the Hell Suppression Tripod in your possession is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries. It's time for you to return it to its rightful owner today." The Hell Suppression Tripod was the Emperor weapon of Great Emperor Infinite and was related to Avicii. Even the immortal kings of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain wanted to take it for themselves, let alone the heavenly kings of the Pure Land of Bliss. Furthermore, when they saw the martial Tao Prime Body release such a terrifying power, the imaginations of the immortal kings ran wild, and they thought that it had something to do with Avicii. All right. The eyes of the martial Tao Prime Body shone with purple flames, and his fighting spirit surged as he said slowly, "This is a good opportunity for me to experience the capabilities of the supreme immortal kings of the 2 domains." Chapter 2616. Chapter 2616. Everlasting Night. Chapter 2616. Everlasting Night. When the martial Tao Prime Body said that the immortals and monks on the peak of the Builder Tree were shocked. How many years had it been since the rise of the Fiend Domain's Desolate Martial? Desolate Martial had just been conferred the title of the Supreme, Perfected Fiend not long ago. Today, he was actually declaring that he wanted to fight against the supreme immortal kings of the two domains. It was only at that moment that everyone gradually understood that the supreme, perfected immortal, and supreme Arhat were not desolate Marshall's targets. In the eyes of desolate Marshall, the two ranking lists were indeed a joke. Desolate Marshall was here for the immortal kings of the nine firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. Furthermore, it was the supreme immortal kings. Ever since the nine firmament meet was held, no one from the fiend domain had dared to cause trouble here. Furthermore, the nine firmament meet this time round was different from the past. The two domains sent more than 100 ordinary immortal kings and more than 20 supreme immortal kings with a massive might. Up till the end of the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings, everything went smoothly and peacefully. Who would have thought that desolate Marshall of the fiend domain would single-handedly cause a bloodstorm at the nine firmament meet today? Let's see what else you have. Immortal King Long Night of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain attacked and arrived before the Marshall Tao Prime Body instantly. He raised his palm and slapped the head of the Marshall Tao Prime Body. After entering the Grotto Heaven realm and becoming an immortal king, many divine powers and secret skills were condensed in the Grotto Heaven. As for the Grotto Heaven, it nourished the body and bloodline throughout the years. Therefore, the body and bloodline of an immortal king contained the power of the Grotto Heaven and could release a shocking power with every move. For a fight between Grotto Heaven realm experts, it was a little like returning to nature and simplifying things. Although it seemed like it was a simple palm strike from Immortal King Long Night, it contained the power of the Grotto Heaven. It vaguely sealed the void around the Marshall Tao Prime Body, preventing him from dodging, and he could only take it head-on. The Marshall Tao Prime Body was expressionless as he circulated his blood chi, letting out the deafening sound of raging tides. What strong blood chi! The surrounding immortal kings were secretly alarmed when they heard the sound of blood chi rising. How did desolate Marshall cultivate to such an extent before he even entered the Grotto Heaven realm? Could it be that this person had already condensed a Grotto Heaven and merely hid his aura without revealing it? Bang! The Marshall Tao Prime Body punched out and collided with the palm of Immortal King Long Night. Both parties shuddered. All right. The gaze of Immortal King Long Night intensified as he attacked consecutively. The Marshall Tao Prime Body was fearless as he stood in midair and counterattacked. Both parties clashed consecutively in midair, and their fists and palms collided with a deafening bang, causing many cracks to appear in the void and the world to tremble. This was a fight between immortal kings. Even without the use of the Grotto Heaven, the void would still shake. Both parties clashed for more than 10 rounds and were evenly matched. Immortal King Long Night narrowed his eyes slightly. As a supreme immortal king, the Grotto Heaven had nourished his body and bloodline for hundreds of thousands of years. Even after launching consecutive attacks today, he could not gain any advantage against desolate Marshall at all. Of course, he was only surprised but not nervous. The power released by desolate Marshall earlier on was not enough to threaten him. Furthermore, he did not use his full strength. For Immortal King experts, the Grotto Heaven was their strongest technique. The other Immortal King experts, such as Immortal King Qingyang, exchanged glances with smiles and relaxed expressions. Given the current situation, there was no need for them to attack. Immortal King Long Night alone was enough to suppress desolate Marshall. Long Night, don't get entangled with him. Suppress him as soon as possible, lest other variables appear. Immortal King Qingyang said in a deep voice. All right. Immortal King Long Night hollered and channeled his essence, spirit, to prop up his major Grotto Heaven. The void behind him suddenly collapsed, and a dark void without any light appeared. That was his Long Night Grotto Heaven. In this Grotto Heaven, one would fall into a long night and it was difficult to see light. With the appearance of the major Grotto Heaven, the aura of Immortal King Long Night surged, and his combat strength rose as well. "It's time to end things," Immortal King Long Night said indifferently. He reached into the grotto heaven behind him and withdrew a pitch-black spear. A grotto heaven spirit treasure. After cultivators advanced to the Immortal King realm, their sentient dermic treasures could also be placed into the grotto heaven and nourished by it. As time passed by, when the sentient dermic treasure fused completely with the grotto heaven, they would transform into grotto heaven spirit treasures. Any grotto heaven spirit treasure would contain the dermic Tao of the grotto heaven and was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Immortal King Long Night supported his grotto heaven and strode forward. Waving the pitch-black spear in his hands, he stabbed towards the martial Tao Prime body with an apocalyptic might. The martial Tao Prime body had a calm expression, and a green light flashed on his glabella. The Hell Suppression tripod appeared and was filled with an ancient aura as electric arcs coiled around it with an extraordinary might. When the Immortal Kings saw the Hell Suppression tripod, their eyes lit up. This was the weapon of Great Emperor Infinite in the past. More importantly, the Hell Suppression tripod was the key to controlling the infinite hell. There was no grotto heaven aura on the Hell Suppression tripod. This confirmed everyone's guess that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain had not entered the grotto heaven realm at all. Many immortal kings glared at the Hell Suppression tripod with puzzled expressions, as though they had discovered something. The realm of the Hell Suppression tripod had fallen. After passing through the perfected one heavenly tribulation, it was merely at the level of a sentient dermic treasure. But now they could see remnant marks left behind by 10 heavenly tribulations on the Hell Suppression tripod. Could the legend be true? Did Desolate Marshal really attract the 10th heavenly tribulation? When the news spread, even the many immortal kings present scoffed and did not believe it, let alone Yu Hua and the other perfected immortals. After all, throughout history, there had never been a 10th tribulation since life was born in the upper world. At that moment, when the immortal kings saw the 10 burn marks on the Hell Suppression tripod with their own eyes, they vaguely realized that there was a high chance the rumors of the past were true. There was truly a 10th tribulation in the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Why were there no records of the 10th tribulation throughout history? Even people as talented as the great emperors of the past went through the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation at the very most. Clang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, the pitch-black spear collided heavily against the Hell Suppression tripod and electric arcs flew everywhere. This time round, the martial Tao Prime body retreated a few steps in succession. However, with the Hell Suppression tripod that had passed through the 10th tribulation, the martial Tao Prime body still managed to defend against the accumulated attack of Immortal King Long Night. Although the cultivation realm of the Hell Suppression tripod had fallen, it was an emperor weapon back then after all. Furthermore, it was the key to suppressing the infinite hell. Even the grotto heaven spirit treasure could not destroy it with ease. When Immortal King Long Night saw that he could not suppress the martial Tao Prime body even after summoning his major grotto heaven and grotto heaven spirit treasure, he had a terrible expression and could not help but harumph coldly before attacking once more. This time round, the blood chi of Immortal King Long Night surged as he wielded his spear and attacked. The major grotto heaven carried endless might and suppressed the martial Tao Prime body. He wanted to make use of his long night grotto heaven to devour Desolate Marshal and refine him completely as nourishment for his grotto heaven.